Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I've changed the name in this story because in writing this, it struck me that real ghost stories come from real tragedy. The spirits we run from once were people too, most with families of their own. It's rare that a ghost would stick around after dying of old age. They might visit and say hello, maybe even warn you about some esoteric agenda. But for the most part, if we were to throw all of these accounts into an algorithm, we'd find a strong pattern indicating the place is haunted because something fucked up happened there. Or that ghost is haunting because something fucked up happened to them. Or they don't know they're dead. But I think that's a special kind of fucked up in a category all by itself. The ghost I met knew they were a ghost, though. I didn't, but I'd obviously figure it out later on, and I'm changing the name because I think it would suck to hear a story retold that strongly resembled a significant point in my life. Let's say a guy crashes his blue Corolla, he dies, wife sells it. She hears a story about a haunted blue Corolla that was sold to them by a desperate widow in their hometown. For all intents and purposes, this ghost, his name was Tom. Now, we already have the kicker to the story that Tom was a ghost, but I was none the wiser when I'd met him. And almost every day for that school year, he'd walk me home after the school bus dropped me off. This was in 1991, and when I say the bus didn't drop me off anywhere close to my actual apartments, I'm saying that there was still a good 2 miles between me and my actual neighborhood. My bus driver's name was Miss Winder. That's her real name, and she could give a fuck less what happened to the kids once they got off the bus. The first time I met Tom, it was after the long Memorial Day weekend. That day, the bus dropped me off, and I started my walk home as usual. Then from behind me I hear, "Hey, wait up." I'd always been the only person getting off the bus at that stop, and when I turned to see who was telling me to wait up, I saw a little boy running towards me, waving his arms. At first, I thought careless Miss Winder dropped off a kindergartner at the wrong stop again. Tom had light brown hair, brown eyes, and a slight gap in his front teeth that his smile wore with pride. My feet unintentionally slowed as the weight of pity became unbearable to hold. My change in speed allowed Tom to push his little legs fast enough to get next to me and introduce himself. It takes an extra long glance for me to conclude that I've never seen this kid before. I also noticed that he didn't have a backpack on. There weren't a lot of kids on the bus by the time it was my stop, and I was sure that I hadn't seen him on there. I told him my name, and then I asked what school he went to. The question lingered in the air for a moment as he tried to remember. Then I asked how old he was, and the answer he gave somewhat answered for him not knowing the name of his school. Tom said he was 5. I asked if he's in kindergarten or preschool. He said he didn't go to school anymore. No doubt that was a peculiar answer, but I was also a kid, so I didn't have any point of reference to understand how odd it was that he didn't go to school anymore. Hinted that he'd previously gone, but no longer attended. I hadn't pressed the subject further because I was more concerned about being seen walking around with a kindergartner. That's where a 10-year-old's head goes when you see yourself as a mature and sophisticated adult comparatively. My irritation for the situation was the overwhelming sensation I felt coursing through my bones. I tried to make longer strides as I walked, but he kept pace. All the while, he'd ask me questions about my day, my family, the animals I had at home. It became difficult to maintain my irritation after the second or third walk that we had because those 2 miles were awfully lonely on my own. Tom always wanted to go exploring, take a new street, find another route home. We'd go our separate ways when we were just a few blocks from my apartments. As I would continue on the sidewalk, Tom would run off into the tree line that led into a dark, wooded area behind an office park. He said his mom worked in one of the buildings in the complex. I asked, isn't there an easier way for you to get there? But he said that he preferred going through the woods because it was quicker. I personally thought that forest was creepy as hell, and I'd always get the feeling that I was being watched when I'd walk by. Even on the sunniest days, the trees would block out the light, like window curtains. I'd always decline the offer when Tom asked me to follow him in. He'd say that he really wanted to show me something, but I was adamant about my disdain for spiders, and he couldn't promise that we wouldn't come across any. Tom wore the same clothes every day, but he was never dirty. I'll admit, most of our conversations revolved around me and what happened in my day. I wish that I would have asked him more about his life, but unfortunately the things we talked about couldn't alter the circumstances that were already in motion. There was less than a month left in the school year when Tom stopped showing up, and I didn't know how much I'd miss him. I felt it most when I'd walk by the strip of trees that I never let him show me. That guilt remained unnamed and clung to me in an emotional bond I couldn't wipe away. Then, one weekday morning, my dad's watching the news. For some reason, I can remember this scene like it was yesterday, because it messed with my head for years. I was eating Raisin Bran and waiting for the weather to see if I needed to bring a coat that day, when a picture of Tom comes on the screen. I blurted out, "That's Tom," before the news anchor could say his name. What they said next, though, I would have never been able to predict. Remains of the 5-year-old that went missing over Memorial Day weekend last year. Tom disappeared while at the state fair with his family. My heart sunk like rocks in water when they went to a live feed and a reporter was standing on the same sidewalk that I walk every day, standing just outside the woods behind the business park. She held a big microphone with a yellow 5 on it. Dawn had begun to change the sky, but the busy street held a stoic silence, like the world chose not to interrupt her as she read the breaking information. Tom's body was discovered, partially buried in a shallow grave 100 yards into the tree line. I bawled my eyes out when the segment finished. I couldn't believe they'd changed to traffic right after a story like that. Surely Tom deserved more than a 30-second synopsis on the local news, but that's how it stayed. There was no resolution, nothing I could have done to change what happened. I think Tom was trying to get me to find his body so he could move on, and for my own sanity, I'd like to think that that's why our walk stopped, because he was finally able to rest. This experience really affected me to the point of periodically checking on the case even to this day. Before I began writing this, I searched for anything new involving Tom's case. Sadly, his killer had never been found, and the case went cold years ago, with no follow-up. I've rationalized that there's only one source of solace that I stay fastened to. No matter what, there was nothing I could have done to save Tom. Those gears were already set in motion. The only thing I could have done is what I naturally did, and that was being company for a lonely ghost until they could go home. I'll tell you the strange part first so you understand what everything else is leading towards. When I was in my late 20s at a family gathering, one of those 4th of July things where everyone ends up in lawn chairs until it gets dark, my aunt mentioned offhandedly that my cousin Gerald had not been well at the end. I said that I didn't know much about how he died, which was true. I'd been too young to be told the details. She said it wasn't something the family talked about much. Said that he'd had some kind of break years before he passed. That by the end, he hadn't been himself for a long time. She used the word unhinged, and then change the subject the way people change subjects when they've said more than they meant to. I sat in my lawn chair and I looked at the fireflies, not saying anything. I was 10 years old when Gerald died. He was 19, which felt very old to me at the time. A grown man, almost. Someone I knew primarily as a presence at holidays. Tall and a little loud. The kind of older cousin who ruffled your hair and called you squirt and didn't particularly register you as a full person. I didn't know him well. I didn't have strong feelings about him either way. He died in the spring. I don't remember what he died of. It wasn't discussed with me. Again, too young. Only that there was a funeral on a Saturday, and my parents were going, and I was staying home with my grandmother, who was meant to watch me. My grandmother fell asleep in the armchair in the living room around 2 in the afternoon. She was in her 70s, and she slept deeply, and I was 10 and responsible, and nobody worried about leaving me technically unsupervised for a few hours in a house that I knew well. I was in the dining room. I don't remember what I was doing, homework maybe, or drawing. Something that had me sitting at the table facing the window. I remember the light was flat gray, kind of like overcast on a spring afternoon. The lighting that made everything indoors feel slightly dim. The feeling arrived so gradually that I can't tell you exactly when I became aware of it. It started as a heaviness in the air, not temperature like cold or warm, just dense, like the air itself had gained weight. I remember looking up from whatever I was doing and noticing it the way that you notice a sound that's been going on for a while before you consciously register it. Something had changed in the room. The quality of the space was different. Then it started to feel like it was coming from everywhere at once. It's a detail I just can't seem to get right, but it's important. Something that it wasn't like it came from a corner or a doorway. It was from every direction simultaneously, like something was surrounding me, filling the room from the outside in, getting closer without moving, getting denser. I sat very still at the dining room table, and I felt it press in from all sides, and I understood with a specific clarity that bypasses the thinking brain and goes straight to something older, that it was not nothing. I knew it was Gerald. I don't know how I knew. I hadn't been told that he was dead yet. My parents were at his funeral at that exact moment, but I thought I was just hanging out with Grandma. I learned later where they were, which means that he'd been in the ground for approximately 3 hours when whatever this was found me in the dining room. I had no framework for what was happening. I was 10, and yet I knew, the same way you know your own name, that what was filling the room and pressing towards me from every direction was my cousin Gerald. And he, or it, wanted in. That's the only way I know how to say it. Not to hurt me, or at least that's not how it registered. Not as violence exactly. More like an overwhelming intent to occupy the same space I was occupying. To come through me or into me or whatever the word is for something like that. Something that wants when it presses towards a person with that kind of focus. I could feel the intention of it, the way you feel someone staring at the back of your head. I screamed. Not a word or a name, just sound. Everything I had, at the top of my lungs in the direction of no one in particular. I screamed until my grandmother woke up in the living room and came to the doorway, asking what on earth was wrong. And the moment I heard her voice, the room was just a room again. Flat gray light, dining room table, my homework or my drawing or whatever it was. Normal air. I told her I'd seen a spider. She checked under the table and didn't find one. Made me a glass of orange juice. sat with me until I'd stopped shaking, which took a while. My parents came home and told me about Gerald. I cried the appropriate amount for a 10-year-old who hadn't known her cousin that well and didn't tell anyone what had happened in the dining room that afternoon. I filed it somewhere deep and I left it there until my aunt said the word unhinged at a 4th of July party 20 years later, and I sat very still in my lawn chair, thought about what had passed itself into the dining room and tried to come through me and hadn't managed. I think about it often, what it means that whatever Gerald became at the end of his life, whatever broke in him, was apparently still present and still himself enough to know where to find a 10-year-old cousin sitting alone in a dining room on the day of his funeral. I also think about the fact that I screamed and it left. I was 10 years old and I held the line and it left. I don't say that with pride exactly. More like a quiet kind of relief that has never fully gone away. Whatever he was by the end, whatever he wanted that afternoon, he didn't get it. But I have to believe at some point after that, maybe he did find peace. I hope he made sure of that. My husband was in Atlanta for 4 days. The kids were 7 and 4, both asleep upstairs by 8:30. I was sitting at the kitchen table cutting out coupons with a pair of scissors that I'd had since college, the good ones with orange handles. I heard the cellar door open at 10:15. Not a creak or a settling sound. It was the specific sound of that door, which I knew because it had this catch to it, one that you'd have to lift slightly to clear. I had opened and closed that door 1,000 times. I knew what it sounded like. I sat very still and I listened. Footsteps on the cellar stairs. Slow, measured, the weight of something moving upward. I sat at the kitchen table with my coupons and my good scissors, and I didn't move. The footsteps reached the top of the cellar stairs. The door, which I'd not heard open again, was apparently no obstacle. They came through the laundry room. I could track by sound the way footsteps changed from concrete to linoleum, into the kitchen, across the floor of the room I was sitting in, moving past the table where I was sitting, close enough that I could feel or believed I could feel. I've never been able to fully verify this, the displacement of air as something passed within 5 feet of me. I remember not looking up. I just kept my eyes on my coupons. I did not look, and I've never fully decided whether that was cowardice or instinct or some combination of both, maybe. Through the kitchen, into the living room, across the living room floor, and then the stairs, up, towards my children. That's when I finally moved. I was on my feet before I made a real decision, scissors still in my hand. I hadn't put them down, not once since the cellar door. I hadn't found a moment where putting them down felt like something I could do. I went up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. Down the hall. Both kids' doors, both rooms. 7-year-old asleep on her stomach. 4-year-old curled up around his stuffed elephant. Both fine. Both deeply, completely asleep. I checked every room on the second floor, checked the closets, stood in the hallway and listened. The house was completely silent. I went back downstairs and checked every door, window, checked the cellar. Empty. Door latched. I sat on the couch with my scissors in my lap until my husband called at midnight. I told him everything. He said that he could come home early, and I said, no, stay, finish the trip. I'm fine. I was not fine. but my children were, and the house was locked, and whatever walked through my kitchen and up the stairs was gone. I still have my trusty scissors. Though, then and now, I'm not sure what they would do against a ghost. Jess died in March, ovarian cancer. 14 months from diagnosis to the end, and I was with her for all of it, in a way that you're with your best friend for something like that. Present for the appointments, the phone calls at 2 a.m., the last few weeks when time started doing that thing that it does, where it moves too fast and too slow simultaneously. We'd been friends for 19 years. I don't really have a word for what this absence feels like. I'm not really sure that one exists. This happened in October, 7 months after. I was at a coffee shop that I go to most mornings, the one 3 blocks from my apartment, busy the way that it always is on a weekday morning. Comfortable noise of espresso machines and laptop keyboards and people who haven't fully woken up yet, myself included. I was in line, phone in hand, not thinking about much. The woman behind me said my name. I turned around. Ordinary, but not familiar. Ordinary, that's the word I go back to a lot when I try to describe her. Middle-aged, unremarkable. A face that you'd have trouble reconstructing an hour later. She was looking at me with an expression that I couldn't immediately categorize. Not warm, exactly. Purposeful. She said, "She wants you to know about the yellow notebook." I stood very still. The yellow notebook was something that only Jess and I knew about. A spiral notebook, school bus yellow, that we'd bought together at a drugstore when we were 22 and newly living in the same city and convinced that we were going to write a screenplay together. We never wrote it. The notebook sat in Jess's apartment for 19 years, filled with maybe 12 pages of increasingly unserious ideas and a lot of doodles. And we used to joke about it every few years, our magnum opus, our great unfinished work. I had thought about it after she died, wondered where it ended up. Hadn't been able to bring myself to ask her sister. The woman said, "She kept it. It's in the blue box in her closet. She wants you to have it." Then the line moved, and she turned away, and by the time I'd processed what had just happened and turned back around, the woman was gone. She hadn't gone to the counter or the door. She hadn't gone anywhere in the coffee shop that I could see. She was just gone. I called Jess's sister that afternoon. I didn't explain why I was asking. I just asked if there was a blue box in Jess's closet. There was. The yellow notebook was in it. I don't know who that woman was. I don't know how she knew what she knew or where she went or whether she knew what she just handed me standing in a coffee shop line on a Wednesday morning. I don't know that I've ever believed in the kind of thing that this appears to be. I know that I have the notebook. It smells like Jess's apartment. And I know I can't get through more than a few pages at a time before I have to put it down. She kept it. Of course she kept it. And she kept writing. And it's so good. I'm just so glad I have it forever now. So, to the random woman, thank you. I was 5 years old when my sister drowned. She was 3. I want to say that plainly at the start because I've spent a lot of time finding ways not to say it plainly, and I'm tired of that. My sister Rosie drowned in my grandparents' backyard pool on a Saturday afternoon in July while my parents and I were at a movie. I don't remember what movie. I've tried to remember, and I can't. And I obviously don't ask my parents. It feels like its own kind of punishment, not knowing that I can't even give that afternoon a shape beyond the one it has, which is the afternoon everything changed. My grandfather was watching her. He was a good man, and he loved her completely. And he looked away for a moment, the way that people do look away, the way everyone looks away, the way you do 1,000 times a day without consequence, and then one time, the world doesn't forgive you for it. He never forgave himself, either. He died 11 years later, and I don't think he had a single day between then and his death where he didn't carry it. My grandmother went 4 years after him. I think she carried it too, in her own quiet way. I don't say any of this to assign blame or guilt or to bring sadness. I say it because the weight of what happened that afternoon spread through our family like water finding every crack. And if you're going to understand what I'm about to tell you, you should understand that first. My parents retold me the story when I was old enough to hold it, reminding me we were at the movies when it happened. So, while I was sitting in the dark watching something I can't remember, Rosie was in the backyard. That by the time my grandparents found her, it was already too late. I've known this my whole life. I've known it, and I've lived alongside of it. I've had decades to make some kind of peace with it. And I'll be honest and say that peace is partial and always will be. I was 29 when I saw her. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in Phoenix for 2 weeks. I'd offered to stay at their house, water the plants, collect the mail. Kind of practical thing that gives you a reason to be somewhere without having to explain that you just wanted to be near rooms that you grew up in for a little while. I'd been going through a hard year. Nothing catastrophic, just the accumulated weight of my late 20s pressing down. My parents' house felt like the right place to breathe for a bit. I slept in my old bedroom. Same furniture, mostly. Same window facing the backyard. I didn't look at the backyard much. I never had. Not since we moved back into the house the following year. After everything. We used to have a pool of our own back there. But my parents had it filled in when I was 7. There was a garden there now. My mother's roses, which she tended to with devotion. I've always understood that it was about more than roses. My second night, I woke up at some point in the deep middle of it. No sound, no reason. I was just awake, the way you sometimes are. The room dark and still around me. She was standing at the foot of my bed. I knew it was her before I understood what I was seeing. That's what I come back to most in the years since. That recognition arrived before anything else. Before my eyes had fully adjusted. Before my brain had assembled what was in front of me into anything coherent. Some part of me that predates language and reason simply knew. The way you know your own name. The way you know your own hands. She was so small. The size of a 3-year-old. Which of course she was, and always would be. She was wearing something light-colored, and her hair was the way I half remembered it. Dark, with a little wild thing, the way toddler's hair is wild. She was looking at me with an expression that I can't fully describe except to say it was the most serious and the most tender thing I've ever seen on a child's face. I didn't move. I don't think I breathed. She came to the side of the bed, each step deliberate, unhurried, like she had all the time in the world. She sat down on the edge of the mattress and I felt it. I felt the mattress shift with her weight. Tiny thing. I felt the springs respond the way that they respond to a small body once it settles in. She was there. Whatever she was there in some way that had physical weight and physical presence, that I wasn't dreaming. She reached out and took my hand. Little fingers, interlaced with mine, the way children hold hands. Her small palm against my palm, warm. A small detail that broke something open in me. She was warm. I lay there with my sister's hand in mine, and I started to cry in the completely silent way of someone who had been caught off guard by something so far outside of the boundaries of what they believed possible that the usual sounds of grief don't come. She said my name. Once. Just my name. In a voice I had no memory of, and yet recognized completely. The voice of a 3-year-old who knew exactly who she was talking to. Then she was gone. Not gradually gone, the way a candle goes when you cup your hand around it. The mattress settled back. My hand was empty. The room was just my old bedroom in my parents' house, dark and still. The roses in the backyard somewhere beyond the window. I lay there until morning. I told my mother when she got back from Phoenix. I sat at her kitchen table and told her everything. The weight on the mattress, the hand, the voice. My name in a voice that I'd forgotten. My mother listened without interrupting, which is unusual for her. When I finished, she sat quietly for a moment and then started to cry. Not hysterically, just steady and private tears. The way she cries when something has touched a place that she keeps very protected. She reached across the table and put her hand over mine. We never talked about it again. Not once in the years since. I don't know if that's the right choice, but it's the one we made. And I think I understand it. Some things are too complete to need discussion. It happened. We both know it happened. Rosie came back one night to her sister's childhood bedroom, sat at the edge of the bed and held her hand. That's the whole of it. Maybe the whole of it is enough. I have thought about why that night, why that particular visit to my parents' house, that particularly hard year, that particular dark middle of the night. I don't have an answer. Maybe she'd been waiting for a moment when I was quiet enough to receive it. Maybe the house called her back somehow. All those years of love and grief and roses planted over a filled-in pool. Maybe it doesn't have an explanation, and the wanting of one is just the mind trying to contain something that won't be contained. My sister was 3 years old for the rest of her life. One night, she sat at the edge of the bed and held my hand. And she said my name in a voice that I once forgot, and I'll never forget again. She knew me. After everything, she still knew me. I think about that more than I think about anything else. My wife has been telling this story at dinner parties for 31 years, and I've been excusing myself to refresh my drink for 31 years. She thinks this is very funny. She's not wrong. I'm a retired attorney, 40 years in estate law, which is relevant, and which she also finds very funny, given what I'm about to tell you. I spent 4 decades helping families navigate the legal machinery that kicks in when someone dies. Wills, trusts, probate, and the whole apparatus. I know what a missing will means for a family. I know exactly what it costs when one can't be found. I know this better than almost anyone. My mother died in the spring of 1993. She was 78, sharp until the end, opinionated about everything, including the proper way to fold a fitted sheet and the correct temperature for serving red wine. She had made a will. I knew this because I had advised her to make one. Had in fact recommended the attorney she used, a colleague of mine named Gerald, who I trusted completely. When she passed and we went looking for the original document, it was not where it was supposed to be. Gerald had a copy, but the original, which my mother had insisted on keeping herself, was simply gone. This was a problem I understood professionally and was managing practically, and I was fine. My wife, Carol, is a more open-minded person than I am. This has been true since we met in 1987, and I have come to regard it as one of her more endearing qualities, even when it just produces conversations I find difficult to participate in. 3 days after my mother's funeral, Carol woke me at what she tells me was 3 a.m, though I'll say my memory of the precise time is somewhat unclear, given that I was taking a sleeping aid. She was sitting up in bed and she was crying. She told me my mother had been in the room. I want to be exact about what I said next, because it's relevant to my current credibility on this subject. I said, and I'm quoting myself accurately here because Carol has quoted me back to myself many times since. I said, "Carol, my mother is dead. You just had a dream. Please go back to sleep." She was not deterred. She told me my mother had stood at the foot of the bed in a white gown and put her finger to her lips. "Don't wake him," it suggested. Then told her where the will was. Specifically, the dining room of my mother's house, the dish closet, on top of it, under the sugar bowl. I said that my mother had not used that dish closet in years. The sugar bowl hadn't moved in longer than either of us could remember. I said that grief did complicated things to the sleeping mind and that I loved her and that we should both try to get some rest. She looked at me for a long moment and then laid back down. I'll tell you that I didn't sleep. Not well. I laid there in the dark for a while, thought about the dish closet, with this focused attention of a man trying hard not to think about something. My mother had in fact used that dish closet extensively when I was growing up. Sunday dinners, holiday meals, the good china that came out 4 times a year. I had not thought about that dish closet in 20 years, and now I couldn't stop. I didn't say any of this to Carol. My sister called the next morning. She'd been at my mother's house in Wilmington dealing with practical matters. She called to check in, and I said everything was fine. I asked how she was getting on, and she said, "This is the part that I've thought about for 31 years. She said, "The strangest thing. I found the will this morning. It was in the dish closet, in the dining room, under the sugar bowl of all places." I sat in my kitchen and I looked at the phone for just one moment. Then I called into the other room. I told Carol they'd found the will. She came to the doorway, looked at me, and didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either, which Carol tells me was the most out-of-character moment of our entire marriage. Here is what I will say now. 31 years later, as a retired attorney who spent 4 decades working in evidence and documents and the legal weight of what can be proven, I cannot explain what happened. I've tried, in a way that I try to explain all things, systematically and without sentiment. I've considered the possibilities. Dream, coincidence, some subconscious knowledge Carol might have had about the dish closet from a visit years before. None of them hold up to the kind of scrutiny that I've spent a career applying to other people's claims. My mother came back 3 days after she died to tell my wife where the will was. She asked Carol not to wake me, which my mother would absolutely have done because she always said I needed more sleep and never fully accepted that I was a grown man. The will was exactly where she said it would be. So, of course, Carol brings it up occasionally the way that she does, and I usually change the subject because I'm still a lawyer at heart, and lawyers don't love being in possession of evidence they can't explain, but she suggested we write it down, send it somewhere. I find I don't have a reasonable objection to that. My mother would have found this whole situation extremely satisfying. She had strong opinions about being right, and even stronger ones about me admitting when I was wrong. As usual, she was right. I was 20 years old, home from college for the summer, babysitting for a family I'd sat for since high school. The Joneses, lovely people, 3 kids under 8, a farmhouse outside Vineland, and it had been in Tom's family for years. I'd been in that house probably 40 times. I knew which stairs creaked and where they kept the spare batteries, and that the youngest needed the hall light left on, or she'd wake up at midnight like clockwork. The parents were out for their anniversary dinner. Kids went down easy, they always did for me, which I took great professional pride in. By 9 o'clock, I was on the couch with my textbook. I was pretending to read and had a bowl of popcorn that I was actually eating, and everything was normal. Around 10:30, I heard the drawers from the kitchen, the distinct sound of someone going through them, one after another, methodical and unhurried, the way that you search for something specific. I sat very still and listened, and it continued, drawer after drawer. My first thought was that one of the kids had come down and was looking for something but was too short to reach the counter and was pulling things open, looking for, I don't know, a snack, a flashlight or something. My second thought, arriving almost immediately, was that the kids' rooms were at the top of the stairs, and I hadn't heard a single footstep. I went to the kitchen. Every drawer was closed. Everything exactly as it had been when I was last in there. There was no child standing there looking guilty. I checked on the kids, and all 3 were asleep, deeply, in the boneless way only small children seem to sleep. I came back downstairs and I told myself that old houses had made sounds. Yeah, and I'd have an overactive imagination sometimes, and so I turned on the television, louder than necessary. I didn't want to think about the drawers. This strategy worked until approximately 3 a.m. when I woke up on the couch. I'd fallen asleep with the TV on, which I was not supposed to do. Junior professional failure. And then I saw this man standing in the doorway of the living room. He was tall and old. I thought immediately something in a way that he held himself. The stillness of someone who had been in a body for a long time. He was wearing a khaki work shirt, brown pants that were too big for him, clothes that belonged to a different era entirely, without me being able to say which one exactly. He was looking at something across the room, not at me, just into the room. The way that you look when you're checking on a space that you're responsible for. Then he looked at me. I took one look at his face and ran upstairs. That's the version that I tell at parties anyway. Everyone laughs because I describe it as the fastest I've ever moved in my life, including the time that I thought I saw a spider on my pillow, which is true, and which does get a laugh. What I leave out at parties is what his face actually looked like. It's not threatening or angry, just there, fully and completely there, in a way that my brain couldn't file under anything that I knew how to handle. I spent the rest of the night sitting at the top of the stairs with the hall light on, my phone in my hand. The Joneses came home around midnight, found me there. I told them I'd heard a noise and gotten spooked, which was half true, and the most significant understatement of my life, too. Oddly enough, I think it was the last time I ever sat for them. I told myself that it was because of my class schedule that fall, but I don't think it was. I looked up the house once, years later. I found some history about the family who'd built it and owned it for generations before the Joneses. I found a name, found some dates. I did not find a photograph. I decided that was fine. I didn't need a photograph. I already knew what he looked like. My daughter was 2 when we lost her father. Not to death. I should be clear about that. To the very specific and slow disappearance of a marriage that stops working, which has its own kind of grief that doesn't have a clean name. He moved out in November, and by December he had stopped sleeping through the night, and I'd stopped pretending that I was fine, and the house felt like something that had been left half-finished. I don't know whose presence I was hoping for when I put the nightlight in her room. Mine, maybe. Hers. Some general request sent into the dark for something to feel less empty. I woke at 2 a.m. on a Wednesday in January to the sound of my daughter laughing. Not crying, laughing. The specific helpless giggle of a toddler who finds something genuinely funny. I lay still and listened because sometimes she laughed in her sleep and it was the best sound in the world, and I wasn't ready to move yet. Then I heard a voice. Low, soft. The register of someone speaking very gently to a small child. Not words that I could make out, just the shape of a voice. The cadence of someone who knows exactly how to talk to a 2-year-old. I was out of bed before I'd finished understanding what I was hearing. Down the hall, her door, open. She was sitting up in her crib looking at the corner of the room by the window, still smiling. The tail end of a laugh on her face. The corner was empty. She looked at me when I came in and said, "Nice lady," and then lay back down and closed her eyes. I stood in the doorway for quite a bit. In the morning, I found her nightlight unplugged from the wall and placed carefully on the windowsill. It had been plugged into the outlet beside her crib when I put her to bed. She was 2 years old, and I'd never once touched it in the months that it had been there. I don't know who was in that room. I don't know whose voice my daughter heard or why she laughed or what nice lady meant to a 2-year-old at 2 a.m. I stopped using that nightlight in the room. I put it in the hallway. It felt like the right thing to do. Don't ask me why. It just did. I don't know if my experience really depicts a transparent or not human figure that usually comes to mind when thinking of a ghost, but I don't know what else to call it. The whole thing is inexplicable, I guess. When we moved into this area, no one had built a home on this particular plot, like ever, so we anxiously awaited for construction to wrap up so we could move in. Excited to be in a spacious, brand new home, never lived in by anyone. The time came and we quickly moved in and set everything up. Everything was so bright, shiny, full of dreams for the future. It was the beginning of our lives together. Everything was perfect. Now I had heard stories from other people in the area, things whispered about in private amongst trusted friends. My friend's family was from the area, a few blocks away, and growing up I heard them talk about some things they'd encountered. I listened and didn't doubt what they saw, but it was safe to say I forgot all about it. This was my friend's eccentric aunt. Who knows what she was into? I heard them, but never really registered that these were actual things that had happened, or things I needed to worry about. So, back to moving into our new home. The stories that I'd heard 15 years ago, they didn't come to mind. We got all set up, and the first little while was blissfully peaceful. A place all to ourselves. Thinking about wedding planning and such. At first, it was just a loud bang in the middle of the night. We chalked it up to a new house, settling, something shifting in the cupboards. Then it started to become something that we couldn't explain away. The previously locked and checked back door would be heard, the lock clicking as it was unlocked, and then slowly swung open. As the months went on, it became bolder and bolder. My fiancé and I would have friends over for dinner and a movie. They'd stop eating or pause the movie to ask, "Who's upstairs?" As heavy, painfully slow footsteps moved around above our head, clearly heard by all. It sounded like a person wearing large, heavy work boots was walking over the wood floors, like a man heavy-set. They just paced from room to room and through the halls. Sometimes the click of a door handle opening would also be heard. It walked further into the room, and something would be knocked over, slamming to the floor. Of course, the guys would run upstairs, only to find that nothing was there, and no one. Our friends would seem on edge for the rest of the night, eager to leave after. The noise from the second floor carried on throughout the evening. If we were upstairs and in bed, it sounded like someone was rifling through our kitchen cupboards and pantry, pot clanging, boxes shifting. It was very loud and intentional. But as soon as you went downstairs to investigate, the noise would stop. If you were in bed upstairs, the footsteps would slowly creep up the stairs. One step would creak, just as heavy and just as slow. Some nights, my heart was beating out of my chest because it would make its way to the top of the stairs, and it was as if the owner of the heavy boot steps would walk through my bedroom door any second. Talk about anxiety. As it carried on through the months, any overpowering feeling of being watched, it appeared. There was just a heaviness to the atmosphere in the home, which was never present before. Not in our relationship, anyway. It felt so thick. One week, I had to leave on a trip with my fiancé staying behind. He was in the shower on my first night away, and something screamed at him. He said it was so loud and ugly, he hit the floor. It sounded like it was coming from every direction. He stayed at our friend's place for the rest of the week, refusing to go back home. Something else happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. When I was home alone at night, I'd be tucked into bed reading with my dog sleeping at the end of the bed. I'd suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me from the darkest corner of the room, where the closet was. I'd ignore it and continue reading. My dog would suddenly jump up from a deep slumber, and he'd just stand there, staring into the corner intently, the same place I felt I was being watched from. He was a timid dog who never barked. For that first year, I didn't think he even had a voice. He was so quiet. But he let out a loud, scary, alerting of actual danger growl, and his hair would stand straight up. He backed his little body into my foot, as if he was trying to protect me. Eventually, the feeling would pass, and he'd lay back down and go back to sleep. I thought that ignoring whatever was happening was the best way to deal with it. Give it no attention. It sorta came to a head one bright autumn day. Our upstairs bedrooms have large windows that let in a ton of natural light from all sides. They were open all day. The sun was low but so bright in the sky, and it filled every corner of the house. I went upstairs to charge my phone, check emails, and I got sidetracked with a quick iPhone game. I was laying horizontally across the bed, facing the door to the hallway, when slowly this blacker than black, very large and very tall figure slowly and silently glided through the middle of the hallway. It was not like a shadow. It was like it absorbed 100% of the light. I had seen it clearly. It looked like it was wearing a large, wide-brimmed flat-top hat with a heavy, long jacket down to the ankles. It was pure black, with a crisp outline against the brightly lit walls. It moved left to right, past the door, and straight into the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like the air left the room and my lungs. My mind went blank. What the hell was that? I lay there in silence. My fiancé was busily cooking dinner downstairs. I could hear him, but I was too afraid to move. I processed what I had just seen and leapt off the bed, went tearing down the stairs. My parents had actually heard the thing in the house. That's when we brought our minister in. We had a house blessing and warming, and for a while, things were actually quieting down. Several months passed, just enough for us to let our guard down, I guess. However, things between me and my fiancé started to shift. We decided to take a break, and he moved out. Then this presence came back with vengeance, like our minister suggested it would. It became even louder, even stronger, and the feeling of being watched was intense. During this period, it started to throw things across the kitchen into the dining room. Several heavy objects scattered in a 20-foot long trail. One morning, I found the countertops and the top of the refrigerator cleared, as if someone cleared off a desk in one aggressive swipe, flinging contents everywhere. The back door would be found open nightly, despite having the door and the lock changed or checked and rechecked. During intense thunder and lightning storms, this thing seemed to get stronger. It made more noise all throughout the night. It scared the hell out of my 13-year-old sister, who only wanted to spend her weekends with me. She woke up to hearing and physically feeling the vibrations from the footfalls as it was pacing around her bed. One night, it felt as if someone heavy sat on the edge of my bed. The springs actually made a strained noise, and I felt the bed shift. My pastor told me if I didn't start attending church, it would come back threefold, and it did. I didn't go back to church, though. Instead, I moved out of that house. My ex-fiancé and I got back together, bought a condo somewhere a bit further from town, and got married. We both sort of couldn't understand why we separated to begin with. Still can't. Ghost, demon, or what? We blame the house, and we're happy it's behind us. I still can't believe the things that went on there. Hopefully the new owners had better luck. New moms already get labeled as tired or hormonal or overwhelmed, and I was all of those things, but I was also right. I knew what I heard that night was strange and real. Our daughter was 3 weeks old. We were staying at my in-laws' place because they insisted that they could help us sleep and recover. Their house sits on 5 acres at the end of a long gravel driveway, with a big field out back and a tree line that swallows whatever light the porch tries to throw at it. The first couple of nights were uneventful, just the usual newborn chaos, cluster feeding, half dreaming, dozing. the weird way every pipe in an unfamiliar house makes a different noise. I kept telling myself that the nighttime panic would pass once my body remembered how to be a person again. Then around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday, while I was half sitting up in bed feeding the baby, I heard a child crying outside. Not an infant. This wasn't that sharp, breathy newborn cry. This was a little older, toddler maybe, wavering, like whoever it was had been crying long enough to be tired, even though I'd just started hearing it. I froze mid-rock. The window next to me was cracked open a few inches because we overheated the room earlier that day. The crying was drifting in through that gap, faint, but obviously a child, outside. I leaned toward the window, holding my breath to listen harder. And for a second, I thought, this is the sleep deprivation. This is my brain pretending. So I whispered to my husband, "Wake up. Listen. Tell me if you hear that." He sat up, hair sticking straight up. He blinked at me like I was speaking Greek. "Do you hear that?" I repeated, crying outside. He rubbed his face and said, "Honey, there's nobody out there. It's late. You're just..." And right as he said that, the crying got louder. He heard it. I saw the recognition hit his eyes. He wasn't confused anymore. He wasn't humoring me. He heard it. He got out of bed so fast he stumbled. "Where's it coming from?" he asked, already reaching toward the window like he could grab the sound. "I don't know," I said. "But I think I see something by the tree line." And I did. It was this hulking shadow. Clearly not a tree, not some small animal either, and certainly not a child. Perhaps something large, carrying a child. "Don't go out there," I told him. "Please, don't go." He was already halfway into his jeans. The crying kept drifting, thin and echoing, like it was in the yard but moving, or shifting direction without footsteps. Before he could reach the back door, we heard footsteps in the hallway. It was his parents. They must have heard me panicking. His dad pushed open our door and whispered, "What's wrong? What happened?" My husband said, "Do you hear that? There's a kid outside." They listened. Silence for 3 seconds. Then the crying came again, and it was louder. Right near the tree line, behind the house, closest to it. My mother-in-law ran to a window and put her hand over her mouth. My father-in-law followed and muttered something like, "That's odd." My husband and I shuffled toward the back sliding door, like we were part of one animal, nobody wanting to be the first to stand closest to the glass. The crying had stopped and started in odd intervals, like a recording being played by someone who didn't understand how crying works or how humans breathe. But we were all looking at the same thing. It was this outline of something huge, as in taller than the shed it was standing next to now. It was broad, shoulders really high, like they were attached at the wrong place. A torso that didn't narrow where it should, long arms that looked like they dangled too close to the ground. But it was also completely still. And the crying, it was coming from that shape. My stomach dropped so quickly that I gripped the back of a chair nearby. My husband whispered, "What the hell is that?" But none of us had words big enough or small enough or sane enough to answer. "We're calling the police," my father-in-law said. "Right now. It could be someone messing around or somebody hurt, but nobody goes out there." My mother-in-law was already dialing, telling dispatch that we heard a child crying and a large figure near the woods. She didn't even try to describe it. Just said a person or an animal or something big. By the time the deputies arrived, lights sweeping across the field, the silhouette was long gone. The crying had stopped the moment we started turning on all of the lights outside. The police searched the property, the woods, the ditch beyond the trees, the shed, the chicken coop, walked the field with flashlights slicing through the grass for hours. And they found nothing, not even footprints or trampled brush. There were no animals large enough to match the height of what we saw. It's just not possible. But there's no evidence that anyone had ever been there, regardless of its size. One deputy came back scratching his head and asked if maybe we heard a fox and saw a weird shadow. But foxes don't stand 8 feet tall at the tree line. And a fox doesn't cry like a toddler, calling for their mom. Not possible. He could see in our faces that this wasn't a fox story. He took our names, told us to lock up for the night. Drove away slower than they usually do, I'm sure. We didn't go back to sleep. We moved into the guest room with the baby, shut the door, and listened to every creak that the old house had to offer. Every window felt like a mouth, and every shadow felt alive. I kept thinking, whatever that thing was, I think it knew we had a baby. It wanted our attention. The next morning we packed and we went home early. It was finally time. My in-laws understood. I mean, we all saw the same impossible silhouette at the tree line. So they didn't bother asking if I'd imagined it. Still, what did we see? When I was growing up, my dad would take me on camping trips every summer. When I was 17, he took me on a special graduation trip that was supposed to be 2 full weeks of deep woods camping. It took a day and a half just to reach our site. We got set up and slept in our separate tents. An hour before dawn, I woke up needing to pee, so I walked a few feet into the brush. I found a place to squat. While doing my business, I heard something behind me slithering through the grass. I jumped to find a king cobra emerging from the brush that I was just sitting next to. I know. We don't have those in the U.S. I know. Yet, here we are. It stood up. It raised its hood. It was a cobra. Its head was almost up to my chest. All I could do was back away slowly. It didn't move an inch, just stared at me until I was out of sight. Only then did I turn and run the rest of the way. My dad didn't believe me. I knew how it sounded, so I let it go. A few hours later, we were fishing, and he got to see for himself. He nearly lost his pole when he noticed it on the opposite bank. Again, just staring. It looked even taller than it had the previous night. Dad took out his pistol, hoping to at least scare it off, but the snake dove into the river before he could fire. We didn't like not knowing where it went, so we headed back. By the time we were eating our day's catch, the cobra was back. It positioned itself just outside our campsite, but this time its head was only a foot or two off the ground, like it was trying to be stealthy. I'm no snake expert, but I'm not unfamiliar with them either, and they don't stalk people. I don't care what kind of snake it is. They want nothing to do with humans. If you don't threaten them, they don't threaten you. The only thing we could figure is that some collector had released this thing into the wild, and we must be in its territory. My dad tried to shoot it, but missed, and the snake shot back into the woods. We made sure to stay zipped in our tents until dawn, and then packed up our gear. There were plenty of other spots to set up that weren't encroaching on Cobra land. We followed the river down for half the day and found a nice clearing. This way we could make it back to the truck without the extra overnight when the time came, which we still expected to be over a week away. But that night we saw it again. At first, we heard something big moving through the trees. We thought that it was a deer or maybe a boar, so we got up with the flashlights. The noise stopped instantly, like whatever it was had frozen in its tracks. We circled the perimeter twice, but didn't see anything, so we got ready for bed. Around 3, I woke up to something heavy walking through our camp. I figured whatever we scared off before was back, with its own territory beef, but it was so close to my tent, I didn't want to startle it by poking my head outside. Instead, I waited for it to wander further away. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later, I screamed as my dad's gun went off. It scared the absolute crap out of me. I knew something was wrong. We'd never actually had to shoot anything before. Just as my hand touched the zipper, my dad yelled for me to stay inside. I heard him walk around the campsite. He wouldn't answer any of my questions until he was finished, and even then, he wouldn't let me come outside. He had seen the snake and decided it was time to get out of the woods altogether. We planned to leave in the morning, but I didn't understand why he wouldn't just go into his own tent, where it was safe. Even if there was some kind of freak, rabid, horror movie snake, it wasn't going to use a zipper. Yet he insisted on standing guard. As soon as the sun started coming up, we were packing. I never seen my dad so scared before or since. His hands were shaking as he took down the tents, but he wouldn't talk about the snake. I was so thrown off by everything that I'd completely forgotten that something big had been lurking right next to me when the shot went off. I didn't remember until we were back in the truck and well onto the main road. That's when my dad finally came clean. The big thing had woken him up too, and unlike me, he didn't actually see it. He undid his flap just enough to see a large, dark, humanoid figure bent over my tent, like it was looking for an opening. Then, he watched in horror as it shifted into the cobra, almost like a humanoid shadow, melting and dissolving until only a snake remained. When he fired, he was certain he hit it, but it shot back into the woods, completely unaffected. I don't know what the hell that thing was, but I think it's safe to say we still don't have king cobras in the United States. I can't believe 23andMe filed for bankruptcy. Well, I can because the business wasn't able to maintain a returning customer base, myself included. So I guess I'm partially to blame. I used it once and was able to find some relatives on Facebook from this ancestry list. I also uncovered a family secret on my mother Tilly's side. It was one that brought tears to her eyes when I told her about my knowledge of it. But really, after that rare bombshell, I didn't have a need to continue my subscription with 23andMe. What I got out of it was worth way more than the subscription cost anyway. And I'm not talking about the bells and whistles. I'm talking, again, this product was pretty cut and dry in the way that it works. My name leads to my mom and dad's. My dad, Rick, has a column showing his 3 brothers. My mom, Tilly, has her column, where it's listed a Claudette Marie as my mom's sister. The date of her birth was 5 years before my mom's. It also listed her as deceased, and if my math was correct, my mom would have been 11 or 12 at the time. I had never heard of this Claudette, but I also had never heard of my mom having a sibling. All I ever knew that she was an only child growing up. At least that's what she'd always told me and my dad. If anyone would know, I guess it would be him. They were high school sweethearts, and you can't spend 20 plus years together and just not tell someone you had a sister, especially a sister you grew up with, for more than the first 10 years of your life. So, I asked him. He was the first one I asked, only because he was the first paternal unit I came across on my hunt for answers. It was as simple as, "Dad, Does Mom have a sister? He says, no. When my mom came home from work that night, I told her that I did a 23andMe thing, and I told her the results showed her having a sister named Claudette. Right when I said the name, she froze like a deer in headlights. I unintentionally cracked the code to a repression, one that she'd been working on for years, filing it far, far back, because when that memory cabinet opened, I could see the crash in her eyes. It was Dad's curious excitement that sent her over the edge when he jumped in with, "How did I never know this, Tilly?" His inflection insinuated that his feelings were hurt from her secrecy. And that's when the waterworks started, and she collapsed at the dining room table, like a criminal in an interrogation room. She at first got really defensive and mad, deflecting the question, telling me that the websites were a scam to try to sell my identity. I know my mom's tactics well, and said, yeah, maybe, but who's Claudette? Seeing how greatly that name affected her the first time that I used it, I decided to try again to invoke a confession, and it did. But what she told us had me and my dad on the edge of our seat the whole time. We heard a whole other part of my mom's life that neither of us could have believed was real if we hadn't heard it from the horse's mouth ourselves. My mom did, in fact, have a sister named Claudette, though she went by Audie, and she did die when my mom was 12. It was such a dramatic incident for the family. They couldn't afford a licensed therapist, and after a year of my mom going through mental and emotional gymnastics over Audie's death, she possibly received some terrible advice from a school counselor nonetheless, when they told her to pretend that she never had a sister, and therefore hadn't lost a sister. Block out the feelings and distract herself with a hobby whenever she felt those thoughts creep in. We were shocked at the horrible guidance that she was given as a child, but she was somehow able to do it. Forget about Audie. Move to her aunt and uncle's in Denver, a suggestion made by the same counselor to her parents, wondering if Tilly had anyone she could stay with while her parents were getting Audie's room cleared out. And her parents were on board, as it was expressed to them a dire necessity for Tilly's overall well-being. They'd already lost one daughter. They didn't want to risk losing both girls, and Tilly was shipped off at the end of that week. My mom says in the long run, that really worked out for her, because a few years later, she'd meet my dad at Northfield, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So, lucky me. And don't get me wrong, Mom, I'm grateful to be alive and all, but the silent, continued stare we gave my mom politely encouraged her to touch upon what we'd really sat down to discuss. After an unbearably long pause of anticipation, my mom tells us that when Audie was alive, she picked up some books on witchcraft and started practicing spells. There's white magic and black magic. White magic aims to bring positive change, heal, and overall assist others, while black magic is often for harm, control, manipulation, and it's selfish. She was experimenting with black magic, seeking vengeance on a classmate, one that had recently done her dirty. Audie made a shrine in her closet in their room. Tilly also stayed in that room, and her side of the bed was against the wall of the closet. The foot of her bed pointed toward the closet door, and at night, after their parents were fast asleep, she'd watch Audie reach her arm back behind the headboard of her bed, and she kept a book of matches there, and she would gently slip out of the covers and crawl over to the closet. Audie would light a candle, and Tilly would see her side profile leaning in and out of the closet, whispering words she didn't recognize as English. Every night, this ceremonial routine would take place, seemingly at the same time, even though they didn't have a clock in their room, to be sure. During one of those occasions, while Tilly watched on in her bed, The candle that illuminated in a soft white-yellow flicker was blown out, and in the dark, she hears Audie gasp as her outline becomes visible again. This time, the glow coming from inside the closet is a deep, solid red. The color didn't dance around like the candle's light. From the angle Tilly's at, she can't see into the closet, but for a brief moment, the whole room is engulfed in the red light emitting from the closet, and then all turns to black. The light was gone, and the room was dark again. Audie doesn't leave her position, sitting on her knees, staring into the closet. The little amount of light that did reach the room came from the window outside. It was just enough to brighten Audie's side profile, staunch at the foot of the bed. Tilly watched her remain frozen until her eyes became heavy and she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Audie had left her spot in the closet, but she wasn't in bed. She was nowhere to be found that morning. Their dad called the police, went out searching for her before Tilly had even woken up. They discovered that she was missing when they woke up. One of them just so happened to peek in and only saw one of the girls in bed, and when they looked around the house, with no avail, their dad made the moves, while their mom stayed home just in case Audie came back. And eventually, she did, in the back of a police car. It was still the AM, but everyone had been up for hours already, worrying and grieving over her disappearance. When the police brought her to the door, she was met with a flurry of rotating emotions from the family. But Audie herself showed seemingly no emotion whatsoever. She wasn't happy to be reunited with her family. If anything, she was annoyed that she'd been returned to her doorstep. Though Audie had her rebellious stints like any teenager does, she'd never done something like that. There were sticks and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clothes were dirty. She was in the same nighttime clothing that Tilly had seen her in the night before. A white tank top, now stained with dirt, and the shorts that she'd slept in, same thing. It was cold outside, and coldest at that time of the morning. She didn't show any signs of discomfort, though. Where was she? Their mom asked the police officer. He says that they found her down at the docks by Kelly's Landing. A couple eating breakfast there saw her down by the water and alerted authorities. That call was made a little after their dad's call, so after detaining her, they quickly started putting the pieces together as to who she might be. Audie wouldn't answer their questions, so it was up to them to figure it out. When they left, their parents couldn't decide whether making her stay home or go to school would be more of a punishment. They both had to work that day, so they told Audie to get cleaned up for school, but she didn't. She put on a shirt over her dirty tank top and the first pair of pants that she found in their room, and then her backpack. Though their dad would still have to miss work that day, because as he's turning on his computer, his desk phone rings. The high school principal at the time was named Mr. Zimmerman, and while he explains that Audie had just viciously attacked another classmate during first period, there's a commotion over the phone, and he hears Mr. Zimmerman scream before the phone disconnects. Their dad dropped everything and sped down to the high school, where Audie was once again in police custody, but this time it was for a far more crazy reason. Not only did she attack that classmate, presumably the one that she was using the shrine to put a hex on, but while the principal was on the phone, she leapt over his desk like an animal and started biting the arm that he was holding the phone with. The suit that he was wearing didn't protect him from her teeth. She was able to break the skin through the fabric, according to Tilly. She was also expelled, but Tilly doesn't remember her being required to serve any actual jail time. Audie was somehow able to leave the school with my dad that day and avoided handcuffs. When Tilly got home from school later that afternoon, Audie had snapped out of her berserker mindset, and she claimed that she'd blacked out during the violent episode. In the hours at home before Tilly arrived, she was able to convince their dad that she had genuine remorse for her actions. Tilly found her reading a book in their room. She was still wearing her bloodied shirt, the one that was stretched out by the collar. Her cut-up knuckles held the book in front of her face. Tilly dropped her backpack inside the doorway and asked about the injuries, but Audie couldn't remember where she'd gotten them from. The closet door was open, and that reminded Tilly of the red glow the night before. She also sees that the shrine is gone. The corner that it took up was cleared out, like it was never there. Tilly asked about that too, and Audie tells her that she threw it out when she got home. This gave Tilly tremendous relief, and for the next few hours, things started to feel like they were lightening up. The hostility that Audie had been walking around with, it seemed to have lifted, and she was acting like her old self again. They never shared a loving sisterly bond. Audie was just the right age difference to see Tilly as a pest, but recently, things felt extra strained because she'd been so agitated with her drama at school. Tilly felt like she had to walk on eggshells around her, trying not to be the target of a snide remark. Audie's smile and the shrine being gone were so surprising that Tilly forgot to even ask her about the red glow again until later that night when they'd gotten into their beds. Tilly pretended to fall asleep, waiting to see if Audie would still perform her witchcraft rituals, but eventually, with no activity happening, she drifted off to sleep. It wasn't long, though, until she was woken up again. As Tilly's facing the wall, she thinks it was the sound of glass breaking that took her out of a dream. And then she hears what sounds like more glass splintering and falling out and shattering onto the concrete outside, along with another sound, one that she describes as peeling a ripe banana. It was a sloshy, tearing noise, along with the glass, that made her fully wake up into consciousness and roll over. In between their beds, they shared a small half-circle desk. Above that was a window. Audie climbed onto the tabletop on her knees and then pushed her head through the window's glass and began sawing through her own neck, back and forth. She was a quarter of the way through when Tilly started screaming to alert her parents. Their mom and dad ran in, and they turned on the lights, just as Audie's back and forth slowed to a stop, bleeding out before she could fully decapitate herself on the broken glass. Her body slouched forward, and their dad rushed forward to get a hold of her before she slid down further. Her blood was everywhere, inside their room, outside the window. There was nothing the paramedics could do when they got there. Tilly had been sprayed with blood as well. It'd gotten in her eyes, saturated her hair. It would take thousands of hours of scrubbing in the shower before the heinous sensation went away and she could feel clean again. In the following days, when the parents would go back into that bedroom, they'd find a 3-page letter that Audie wrote before ending her life. She said she made contact with an entity that became stronger than what she could control, like a tug of war. When she felt overpowered, this thing was able to take control of her. She wrote about the shrine that her parents knew nothing about. Tilly would explain it to them after Audie had declared it to be where it had manifested from. The parents would blame themselves for years and never know if there were signs they missed that indicated Audie's mental condition. From what I know, their great-grandmother spent the second half of her life tied to a radiator at the asylum. The dad took it the hardest, because he knew that he should have taken her to the hospital right when he'd picked her up from school that day. But he was so mad about the whole situation. He had tunnel vision. My mom followed up by saying that she's up to date with her doctor visits and that she always has been, and she's always been very honest with her provider about anything that goes on in her brain. I do wonder if it's hereditary. Does that mean I'm at risk for having whatever my late aunt did? I blame 23andMe for causing such turmoil in mine and my family's life. Now I'm paranoid about every little thing. Is it a red flag that I'm soon about to go off the deep end, not even know that I've taken up the family curse? I'm a 25-year-old female with the stomach lining of a 50-year-old man. I didn't want to take the attention away from my mom when she told us the story, but I could feel an ulcer growing as she was telling me about this, thinking, God, is that my future? I'm concerned that recently reading things is making me paranoid. Maybe just, because it's on my mind. I believe I'm starting to feel the ailments. I've never posted here before, and to be honest, I almost talked myself out of it. But I've seen enough stories lately that reminded me of it, and I just can't keep brushing it off like it didn't happen. This was a few years back, mid-fall, somewhere along 287 in northern Pennsylvania. I drive long haul, solo, mostly northeastern routes. And I usually pull over in small rest areas or turn out loops for a quick nap if I'm ahead of schedule. This night, I was doing just that, parked along a wooded stretch about 30 miles south of the New York state line. It was pitch black, just me, the trees, and the quiet hum of the engine. I woke up around 2:30 a.m. for no reason at all. No sound, no movement, just awake. And I immediately felt off, like I wasn't alone. It was that crawling kind of unease you can't reason your way out of. I sat up in the cab and looked through the windshield. At first I didn't see anything, just the trees illuminated by my parking lights. But something was off about the tree line. There was a shape, just barely silhouetted, moving. It was tall. Way taller than any person should be. Not like NBA tall, like wrong tall. Its limbs were long too, and it was walking, smooth, like it had practiced how to be quiet. But it didn't look human. The torso was too narrow, the arms hung too far down, and the head was just there, with no real neck. The closer it got to the truck, the more I realized what I was looking at. It looked like a deer, kind of. The shape of the head suggested it, but no antlers. And it didn't walk like an animal. It moved like something pretending to be a person. The legs were bipedal, but it still had that slightly hunched forward, unnatural gait. Its skin was light, like worn leather stretched too thin over a bad idea. But it was the eyes that really did it for me, or I guess where the eyes should have been, because there was just emptiness, not like sockets, more like two deep wells of black. No light reflecting off of them, just voids. It walked slowly across the road in front of my truck and paused dead center, facing me. I don't know if it could actually see me, but I swear it knew I was there watching it. I didn't move. I didn't even blink or breathe. Then it tilted its head just a bit to one side, like it was curious. That's when I threw the rig into gear and got the hell out of there. I didn't stop again until I reached a way station many miles down the road. I sat there with the engine running, doors locked, and every light on in the cab for over an hour. Never said a word about it until now. Call it a hallucination if that makes you feel better. I've driven thousands of miles, seen deer, elk, moose, and much more. But nothing like that thing. And I know what I saw. And I hope to God I never see it again. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural, and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite, because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside, about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me. as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? I'm a preschool teacher. The school I work at serves primarily Section 8 housing. Our funding for the school is low on resources across the board. Low staffing, low quality, and low quantity of classroom materials, low access to grants. I could go on, but I digress. Because all educators know, our job is to create the future. I just so happen to work in an area where a lot of futures have a 50-50 shot of going to prison or breaking the cycle. The elementary school my students end up going to is down the block from the preschool. I've seen success stories, triumphs against all odds, but alongside those star students are a million that will eventually grow up to fill the shoes of an adult who grew up in their similar circumstances, etched into their being. A vicious cycle, if you will. My partner tells me that I've grown colder to the world. I can't help but to agree. Here's an example of thoughts that have actually gone through my head this week. I'd only admit this through anonymity. But driving to work, I assist with preparing breakfast for the children that arrive early, so it's usually dark on my drive there. I was driving, entering city limits, where I'm usually met with a cluster of junkies on the sidewalk, hunched over, nodding off. This morning, I can see a shirtless man with a shopping cart zigzagging in the middle of a 3-lane highway. Speed limit's 45 on that road. I maintained 45 miles per hour and continued down the lane I was originally traveling in, thinking, I'm not stopping or swerving if this guy wanders in front of me. I'm in the very right lane. He's giving me a 1 to 3 chance that I can take the day off. I call my boss from the scene of the accident. Tell him some homeless man just jumped through my windshield. He'd obviously not expect me to be coming in after something like that. The shopping cart would probably get so fucking embedded in the grill of my car that I couldn't very well drive it to work even if my boss did expect me to come in. The S pattern this guy's doing looks like it's coming back into my lane. I'm 100 yards away, 45 miles an hour. I'm driving a little over 20 yards per second. It's a 5 count. I come within inches of clipping him. In my rearview mirror, I watch him drift into the middle lane and continue his highway escapade, completely oblivious to how very close he came to dying. I'm sure my future self is glad it didn't happen, but at the time, I had no empathy for that man or his situation. So, to say I'm mentally exhausted would be the understatement of the year. But my spirit stays strong for the children in my classroom. It makes my day brighter when I can make their day brighter, as they come into my classroom from the hell their subjective home life provides them. So now comes the story that brings me here, I guess. A few months ago, a new student enrolled and was placed into my classroom. The guardians of the child, who we'll call Leon, consisted of his mother, Sasha, a 20-year-old woman who spoke English as a second language. Our primary communication and translator for the family was a man named Angelo. He was Leon's uncle and second guardian. Angelo was also in his 20s and Sasha's brother. The three of them lived in low-income housing apartments provided by the state. Sasha worked at a fast food restaurant. Angelo worked at a hotel. They both worked long hours on switch shifts in order to be there for Leon. Angelo was also taking online classes trying to get his degree. They were the epitome of everything our preschool strived for with our families, working hard for a better future. Where I work, it's not luxurious. It's not supposed to be. It should feel like liminal space. You can find a better, safer place to live, but only if you work for it. Some people are content with this life. The apartments around my school will always be filled. But there will also be tenants who use this as a stepping stone to move up, and that's the goal. It's the reason I show up to work, to show hope to the hopeless, give a boost to the fighters who deserve more than what life has provided. At the beginning of this month, Leon wasn't in attendance for a whole week. The office told me that his mom called sounding distraught, told them that it was a family emergency. Because of her limited English, she wasn't able to explain or advise when Leon would be back. On that Friday, after the children had left, I was organizing my classroom, preparing take-home packets as next week was the final week before spring break. I'm shuffling through papers at my desk when I hear a gentle knock on one of the glass windows on the other side of the room. I look up and it's Angelo. He waves at me, and I was happy to see him standing there. I came out from around my desk, and I go out the side door to greet him. I had so many questions. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but I really cared about this family. When I come out, I'm like, Angelo, hey man, it's so good to see you. Sasha called, told us there was an emergency. How's it going? Is Leon okay? Angelo smiles, and he tells me everything will be all right, that Leon will be in class on Monday. I'm so relieved. I leave my questions there. He tells me, thank you for all the love. I said something like, of course, man, thanks for being you. He leaves, and I go back into my classroom to finish the last of my tasks before going home. The weekend passes and Monday comes. Leon's in class. He's noticeably somber. Midday, having his friends back around him made his heart perk up a little. He was conversing more with his peers. Throughout the day, I would ask, how are you feeling? And it was finally met with an answer instead of the silence he'd been holding on to. With a sigh, he tells me, Tio's gone. I say that I'm sorry to hear that. Then another child distracts Leon's attention with a dinosaur toy, and I'm grateful to see his eyes light up again. I try not to give him any more reasons to think about something sad that day. That afternoon, Sasha comes to pick up Leon. A friend from work has accompanied her, and she introduces herself and tells me Sasha brought me so I can explain what happened. Leon runs up and grabs Sasha's leg. The woman tells me that Angelo unalived himself last Monday. The cops were at Sasha's door as she was waking up that morning. 3 hours earlier, a man had jumped from the roof of the hotel building, and they needed her to identify the body. I'm in disbelief. I begin to stammer out that I just saw him on Friday, but tears quickly begin to fill the bottoms of my eyelids. Whatever I saw outside my window last week could mentally be sorted out later. At that moment, I knew not to protest. I couldn't stop the tears from forming in my eyes, and they immediately filled my eyes when I accepted the news as truth. I told her thank you. Sasha and I didn't engage with words. I didn't want to completely break down in front of my student. I had to be strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and we looked at each other before they turned around and left. I really don't know how to end this. I really don't know why I started writing it to begin with. I do feel better for it, though. The world is dark, and it only becomes more opaque the longer you look. All you can do is try your best to make it a better place, and hope the next person will do the same. Be kind to one another. You don't know what real horrors families face every day. What you have does not make you who you are. My best friend Renee in the 4th grade didn't have what you'd call a good home life. Her mom and dad were always at the bar, so we had full reign over her house the majority of the time. As 4th graders, we weren't having big parties yet, but we were watching movies we shouldn't have been and eating entirely too many sweets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then something freaky happened that made me never stay the night there again. It was just after midnight and we're in Renee's living room watching a movie. I was lounging on the couch with the ottoman while Renee was laying on the long sofa. I'm getting pretty sleepy and starting to doze off, my head resting on the arm of the couch, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Renee do a weird whole-body jitter on the sofa, like she had a bug on her or something. So I turn my head and actually look in her direction. As I do, I see her body roll off the sofa onto the floor. She didn't put up her hands to brace herself and smacked her head on the edge of the coffee table going down. At first, I just looked at her, waiting to see if she was joking. But I knew, joking or not, that meeting with the coffee table was not planned. Then she starts convulsing. That's when I got up and ran over to her. I got on my knees and rolled her onto her back. The expression on her face was terrifying. Blood was trickling from the wound on her forehead, and her eyes were rolled back to their whites. Seeing all of this made me quickly diagnose. That's a big cut. That's a lot of blood. Is what she's having a seizure? Being in 4th grade, the only other time I'd seen anything about seizures, it was diabetes. Renee didn't have one of those medical bracelets, and I was about to start running through the house, trying to find one of those big EpiPens to stab her with. And then I thought, no, let's call 911. The house phone's located on the side table next to the couch that I was on, but when I turned from Renee and tried to get up, her hand grabbed the back of my ankle. Her grip pulled me back down to my knees. I turned to look at her. She's now sitting straight up. Then she turns to look at me, but her back remained stiff as a board. Her head rotated slowly to face me, and with her eyes still rolled in the back of her head, I was paralyzed with fear. I started hysterically screaming at her to let go of my leg. Her nails were digging into my skin, and the pain felt like teeth tearing at the back of my ankle. I tried kicking her hand off my leg, but her strength wouldn't even let me lift it off the ground. Renee's nose starts to bleed a steady stream down her chin and onto her shirt. I'm looking at her, and I can see that her lips are moving, so I stop screaming to hear what she's saying. Mind you, her eyes still haven't left the back of her skull, but what she starts saying was by far the most disturbing part of any of this. I was terrified beyond belief, but up until this point, I thought this still could have been a seizure she was experiencing. I was more afraid for what we were both going through. But she wasn't shaking anymore, and when she started talking, it was like she was whispering a joke to herself in a really deep voice, then a quiet chuckle. Seeing her giggling to herself while I'm crying my eyes out really upset me. I thought, is she messing with me right now? How did she have this much strength in her hands to maintain such a tight grip? Then she gets louder. What she was saying, it didn't even sound like English. The voice I was hearing, it didn't sound like Renee's voice. I could hear 2 different tones coming from her speech. Her body didn't move when she exhaled with a final, loud, deep laugh. Then, Renee closes her eyes and falls backwards onto the ground, letting go of my leg. Right when I felt her fingers let go, I pulled my leg back and stretched for the house phone that I previously couldn't get to. While I'm on the phone with 911, Renee's parents get home drunk from the bar, Dawn and Arlette. When they stumble in the door, they're in a fight, yelling back and forth louder than I am on the phone. They either didn't notice or didn't care that someone else was screaming inside their house. They were so focused on each other, Dawn almost kicked Renee in the face as he was stepping around the living room. But when he saw Renee all bloody and stretched out over the floor, he started screaming again and swoops up her limp body off the ground. He hollers for Arlette to call 911. Then he sees me already on the phone. Arlette runs out of the kitchen going, "What? What?" While Dawn starts yelling in my direction, asking what happened. Now I'm in a ball on the floor screaming back that I don't know. Dawn tells Arlette they need to take Renee to the emergency room. As Dawn runs back out the front door with Renee in his arms, Arlette is staring daggers at me with squinted eyes. She points her finger at me and says, "What did you do, you little bitch?" She shakes her head at me like she's disappointed, then turns and follows in Dawn's route back to the car. With the front door left wide open, I watch their car back out of the driveway and pull off into the darkness. I was left alone, and that sudden realization took the remaining composure I'd been trying to maintain during the conversation with the 911 operator. They were still on the phone. They heard over the call and still sent an ambulance out to take me to the hospital to get checked out. They called my parents, bandaged up the scratches on my leg. I could hear Renee's parents, intoxicated, arguing somewhere further down in the hospital. When my parents came to pick me up, I told them everything and begged them to hide me when we walked through the ER waiting room. But my dad said that I wouldn't have to worry about that. He saw both parents passed out on chairs, snoring by the vending machine. When we did exit, we still made sure to get out fast. And that was it. Renee was back at school on Monday and couldn't remember anything that happened. She acted completely normal. When she invited me over after school, I made an excuse and continued to do that until she eventually stopped asking. I was still nice to her at school, but I think she got the hint. If she really didn't remember anything, even though I don't know how you couldn't, especially having to go to the hospital and stuff, like no memory of anything, and now you're just fine. No, I'm sorry. Renee did turn out normal. We were classmates until she moved during high school. Different friend groups, but she was a normal girl. As it was all happening, I thought to myself, dang, I'm never going to forget this. It's hands down the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. I didn't think anything of it at first. That's important. If I'd felt uneasy right away, I'd probably dismiss the whole memory as me working myself up, but I didn't. I was just annoyed. We'd driven most of the day to get to this campsite. It wasn't a crowded campground, more like a cluster of clearings spread far enough apart that you could hear other people, but not see them unless you walked over. When we pulled in, I noticed a glow coming from the trees to our right. Another group had already set up. Great, I thought. So much for a quiet night. We set up anyway. There was nothing technically wrong with having neighbors. It just wasn't what we'd hoped for. As it got darker, the sound from the site became clearer. Laughter, multiple voices, someone poking a fire, normal camping noises. At one point, one of them coughed, and I remember thinking how strange it sounded. Flat, almost hollow, not like a normal, echoey cough. I chalked it up to the way sound travels through the trees and left it alone. We ate, cleaned up, and tried to settle in. The talking next door didn't stop. That's when it started to feel odd. Not scary, just unusual. It was constant. No rise or fall like you'd expect when people get tired. No big bursts of laughter followed by quiet. Just steady conversation at the same volume, like background noise you couldn't tune out. Around midnight, a little past, I checked my watch. They were still going. By one, everyone in our group had commented on it. Do they ever shut up? Maybe they're drunk. Maybe it's a big group. But there were no sounds of people moving around. No footsteps or crunching leaves. No one heading toward the river. No doors opening or zipping. It was just the voices. At some point I realized I couldn't distinguish what they were saying. It wasn't because they were far away. It was because it didn't sound like actual words anymore. More like the shape of conversation. The rhythm without the meaning. That's when I stopped being annoyed and started feeling unsettled. I lay in my tent listening. I tried to pick out individual voices, but I couldn't. They all blended together, and yet it never turned into a murmur. It stayed strangely distinct without being understandable. Sometime in the morning, early hours, I became aware that it hadn't changed at all. Same volume, same cadence, same distance. No pauses. I don't remember falling asleep. When I woke up, the campsite next to us was silent. Relief washed over me at first. Finally, they turned in. We made coffee and slowly started backing up. No one from the other side emerged. No tent flaps. No movement. Curious more than anything, one of us walked over. The site was empty. No tents or coolers or chairs. The fire ring was cold and clean, like it hadn't been used in days. The ground was undisturbed. No flattened grass or footprints or trash. No signs that anyone had ever been there. We all stood there confused, then started second-guessing ourselves. Maybe the sound had traveled. Maybe we'd misjudged the direction. Then someone pointed out that the fire glow we'd seen the night before, that was gone too. It wasn't until later, when we were driving away, that it hit me. I couldn't remember hearing the voices stop. They didn't trail off or quiet down, they were just gone. Like someone had turned something off. I've camped near loud grounds before, and I've been annoyed, frustrated, exhausted by noise. But I've never experienced something that sounded so convincingly human while behaving so little like actual people. Whatever was there that night didn't need tents. It didn't need sleep. And it didn't leave anything behind. Go back to a place in your mind that made you feel safe. A time when the full weight of responsibility had yet to be known. When your imagination could build universes large enough to hide in. The place I escaped to was the beach. In my mind, I could feel the grains of sand push between my toes, and I could hear the waves collapsing onto them. The ocean in front of me stretches to the end of the world, and I'd try to remember how the cold, salty air smelled. I could imagine all of this with clarity, and it was my retreat when I'd have to pull the blankets over my head and stay real quiet so the long-haired woman wouldn't notice me. Sometimes I'd feel her try to pull the covers down, but I had to hold on to them with my fists clenched so they didn't move. Her jaw was missing. A hole gaped beneath her upper lip, where a tongue still protruded and moved, as if she was trying to form words to tell me something. I witnessed the unpleasant sight twice before I learned to stay tucked underneath the blanket. A drop in the room's temperature would be a tall-tale sign that she'd arrived, or would arrive soon. And I'd hide myself while pretending I was asleep. That would eventually turn to real sleep, and another night would pass by. This started when my dad was transferred to a joint base on the East Coast. He was the installation commander on base, and with the prestigious position came the best living space the base had to offer. A beautiful historic home built in the 1800s right on the water. Both of my parents were military people, and if they had any paranormal encounters, they sure as hell didn't mention it over breakfast or let it affect their day-to-day. And my cowardice toward the situation, it wouldn't be tolerated. I knew what my dad would say, and it would have been the same thing that he'd say if it was most of the issues I'd seldomly bring to his attention. Examples: "Hey Dad, I'm being bullied at school," or "Hey Dad, I'm sad because my hamster died." Completely different emotional problems, but both were met with the same response. He'd wait for me to finish, give me a good long stare, and then say, "Well, honey, what's your plan?" And I guess bullies and pet deaths were an easier problem to conceptualize plans for. I had no clue what I was going to do about the long-haired woman, though. Her visits weren't every night. At least I don't think they were. I didn't want to think they were. But she could have shown up later, after I'd already fallen asleep. I was paranoid at the thought of it. It led me to habitually sleeping fully wrapped in the sheets, even in the miserable summertime heat, just in case. This would bide me at least more time and another day to think of a plan. One night, as the room cooled to a shiver, I got out of bed and hid inside the closet, watching for the long-haired woman. My bed was an abandoned sanctuary, and as I sat in there for what seemed like hours, staring out into the room, I realized I didn't know what my next move was going to be. When the woman did inevitably arrive at the end of my bed, what would I do? Then I heard objects shift above me, and I held my breath. But the sound of breathing continued from behind me. Clothes wrapped around my legs like vines when I exploded from the closet, screaming and crying. And by the time I'd reached my parents' bedroom, my dad was opening the door in his underwear, holding a gun. I let it spill, told them everything that I'd been dealing with until I was blue in the face. I'm laying in my mom's arms as she rubs my back, and my dad sat at the edge of the bed, quietly contemplating. Then he looked at me and said, "Well, honey, what's your plan?" Hearing that made me cry even harder. As I was pressed against my mom's stomach, I could hear her talking to my dad, saying, "Davy, do something." Neither of my parents treated me like a child. They didn't mollycoddle my emotions. My mom tried to be motherly, but it just wasn't in her nature. For better or worse, they saw me not as a child, but as an unintelligent human that needed knowledge over enabling. And I know that there's a lot more to unpack there. However, I'm not trying to get into my full life story of a military brat. These were simply the tools I was granted at the time of this story. And when my dad asked me what the plan was, I didn't have one. And in tears, I'd tell him that I didn't know what I was going to do about it. I didn't have a plan. My commander father stood up and asked how I got those girls to stop messing with me at school. I did what he told me to do, which was to get in their face, tell them, leave me alone, and if that failed, use close proximity, fast, and hit the biggest girl first. My dad stopped me and says, "You didn't have to hit that big bitch because they listened to your words and they knew you were serious." He explained to me how it sounded to him like that ghost was bullying me in my own bedroom. So he broke it down for me in the simplest kid-like manner he could. I take my room back, or I get used to sleeping on the couch. Either option would solve my problem. The choice was mine, and my dad said that he'd help me bring my blankets and pillows to the living room if I chose the couch. I remember my mom saying, "Oh, Davy, won't the kids at school start calling her couch girl? Honey, you don't want the kids calling you couch girl at school." My therapist told me that this wasn't reverse psychology, but neither of us could find the word to define my mom's unique way of encouragement. What the hell even is a couch girl? And how would the kids at school find out? Taking back my room would have been much less complicated than figuring all that out. So I had my plan. My mom wiped up the last of my tears as I hugged her before leaving the warmth and safety of their bed. My dad gave me a hug on the way out and said, "Give that long-haired bitch hell, sweetie." He watched as I walked the hallway back to my bedroom, and when I reached my door, I heard theirs click closed. Before I entered my room, I ran to the kitchen and I grabbed a knife. I hid it under my pillow. The long-haired woman didn't show up again that night or the next. My dad blamed my mom for the missing knife, and they'd bicker about it at the dinner table. I wished that I could tell them where it was, but I couldn't risk them taking it from me if they found out. I didn't have to wait too long, though, as the woman arrived the next night. When the sun went down, it got extra cold in my bedroom, and the chill confirmed my dread was real. I hid under the covers, and when I felt her push the end of the bed, I counted down from 10 in my head. Ripping off the covers felt like I was about to step off a cliff. I had that same curdled milk feeling in my tummy, and when my internal clock reached 0, I sprung up with determination, yelling every explicit word that I knew and swinging the knife in front of me like I was swatting locusts. I admit, my eyes were closed the whole time and only opened when I heard my dad's deep voice yelling over mine, "What the hell are you doing with that knife?" I stopped my frantic swings and my bedroom was flooded in light. My dad was standing in the doorway with an expression that was a mixture of pride and fear. I thought that I was going to get in trouble when he took the knife out of my hand, but all he asked was, "Did you get her?" I said that I thought so, and he says, "I'm sure you did. You would have scared me away." Kissing me on the forehead, he waited until I got back into bed before turning out my light again. And yeah, maybe it was all in my head, and doing this was some sort of thing that I had to do to get over it. Or maybe I really did threaten a ghost with a knife. That's an answer I haven't dug further into. The problem was the woman, and when she stopped visiting, the problem was solved. Carry on, soldier. I was a home health nurse for many years. When we had to see a new patient, we had a ridiculous amount of information to gather. Thankfully, the company gave us new laptops, so it wasn't so bad. This particular patient needed wound care on his foot and IV therapy. When I finally found his house, I pulled into his driveway, sat there for a few minutes. I had that feeling like someone was watching me. I sat there for a couple minutes thinking that I didn't want to go into his house. But I gathered my stuff and went to the door. My patient answered the door and let me in. It was a ranch home with an open concept kitchen, living room, and dining room. My patient was barefoot except his wound dressing. He went into the kitchen to wash his hands as I set up my computer and things at the dining table. I sat with my back to the living room. As I was starting up my laptop, I heard someone in heavy shoes walk down the hallway across the hardwood floors from the bedroom and then stop behind me. I had the feeling that they were standing directly behind me. I turned around to introduce myself, but no one was there. I turned around the other way and still saw no one. I looked around to see if there was a doorway that I hadn't seen. I started to feel like, what the fuck? I know someone was there. I could feel it. My patient was watching me and chuckling. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "Oh, nothing. I thought I heard someone walk up behind me." He still had a grin on his face and he asked me, "Are you a sensitive?" I said, "Well, kind of. Why?" He said, "Do ghosts bother you? If they do, you don't have to do this." I politely said, "No, I'm okay. Why?" All the while, my patient is still grinning. He said, "We have a ghost. You don't have to be scared. He's friendly, but he does like to screw with people. He also was into computers, so he might be wanting to see what you're doing. He's kind of protective, but I think he'll be okay with you. He's a friend of mine. I rented this place off of him and his wife. He was into construction and was always over here fixing things and hanging out with me. We had a problem with the roof. He was up there 2 years ago fixing it. He'd been up and down ladders all of his life. We don't know what happened, but he lost his balance, getting off the roof onto the ladder, and fell head first onto the driveway. We called 911 and did what we could. They life-flighted him, but they said he was gone when they landed. They kept him on life support until family came into town. I don't think he knows he's dead because he never left. He's still here. We hear him walking around on the roof, in the basement, or in the house. Things move. Tools go missing. He had his heavy work boots on. You can hear him walking real easy. He always said that he wanted to die with his boots on, and he did. While he was talking, I had the strongest feeling of someone in my face, like looking over my shoulder at my computer. I told him this, and he said he was probably just wanting to check out the laptop, see what I was doing. I shrugged my shoulders and said, "Okay, well, let's do this." I was kind of intrigued, so I figured that I would just treat him like any other family member. I could feel him next to me, so strongly. I turned to where I could feel him and introduced myself, explained my laptop, and what I was going to do. As soon as I turned my attention to my patient, it felt like someone kicked my chair on the leg, so hard that it shifted a few inches. My patient laughed and said, "I told you he screws with people." This continued through the whole visit. I never felt threatened during this, but it's not something I wanted to do again. That was the last time I saw that patient. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it. So I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, "Oh, here's what's going on right now." I was equally in the dark, two peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, "Where'd you get that from?" He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered, and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marcos says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marcos said that Lewis was a really good guy, that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. The worst summer job I ever had wasn't really the worst job ever, but one isolated incident kept these feelings resonating through the years. When I saw this question, I knew I had to answer. I was a summer camp youth club leader at the YMCA for 1 year. I'd already been working for the Y, but that was the first year they'd asked me to be a camp counselor for 2 weeks in July. Usually it would be my lead that attended these trips, but she was just about to give birth or had just given birth. Either or, I was next in line. It was extra money, and a month before I got that offer, my boyfriend at the time cheated on me with my friend at the time, Carrie Bernadette McLennan. That snake bitch ruined my summer schedule indefinitely. Yet another big incentive to get away for a few weeks. Sure, I'd be watching over some kids, but what's the worst that could happen? The morning arrives and me and the other camp leads are supposed to show up early for an orientation. Then the kids would arrive shortly after. Each lead receives 5 kids for their troop. I wish that I could say I remember all the kids' names that I had in my troop. I know there was a Tabitha because we called her Tabby Cat, but out of the girls I had, the only name I distinctly remember, and will always remember for the rest of my life, was Beth. But why Beth? Here's why Beth. And this shit literally started on the first day. Well, night, because that's when she started scaring the girls. I don't know if it was even a full moon that night, but Beth kept telling everyone that something changes in her during a full moon. Once her parents had found her on the front lawn with bloodied clothing after a full moon. Dumb shit like that. A few of these girls were churchgoers, so Beth's demonic claims were really getting to them. Oh yeah, Beth told them that she could talk to the devil before the full moon thing. The cabin, all 6 of us shared, was built like a miniature log cabin. Inside each wall, aside from the entrance, had 2 slabs of woods on it, resembling bunk beds. The first thing everyone did was pick their bunks and set their sleeping bags on them. I, of course, had to be above Beth, as the other 4 girls had linked up immediately as bunkmates. The camp cabins are relatively spread apart from each other. Each cabin has a small trail that joins into a larger central pathway. Depending on which way you took, it would lead you to either the food hall or the art center. Or swimming, archery, and the rec. That was going left and right, but on the other side of the pathway, Like if you were to keep walking straight out of the cabin, you'd find yourself at a huge lake with docks and kayaks. The cabin my troop stayed in had a beautiful view of the lake, and my bunk had a perfectly unobstructed view of it through one of the small windows. But that means so did Beth. Still the same first night, I'm falling asleep and I can hear the girls all chatting below me. Their conversations make me squirm in my sleeping bag, thinking about being so cringy at that age. And if I wasn't already slightly disturbed by their bursts of laughter and whispers, Beth had to make shit weird again. From below me, I can hear her get way louder than the other girls' whisper squeaks. She goes, "There's someone floating above the lake. No, look, there's really someone out there." I'm turned facing the wall, and I can hear the girls slowly grow quiet. None of them move, though. They're all apprehensive to leave the warmth of their bunks on the possibility of being fooled by one of Beth's crazy claims. For me, though, all I had to do was turn over. So I did. I'm looking about 120 yards from our window to the water, and suddenly I felt that impending sense of doom, that deep fight or flight fear. Beth wasn't lying. I saw a man suspended just above the water of the lake. If he was in the water, I would have thought that he'd drown, but he was floating above the water. His shadow, it was visible on the calm waves under him. One of the girls eventually gets up to look. She sees it too, and calls for the other girls to come to the window. They all press against it, looking at this anomaly. This blocks my view of the lake, but almost right after they all gather at the window, they all begin to scream and run back to their beds. Pretending I'm asleep, I can hear them all talking back and forth about how a blue light came up from the lake and pulled the man down into the lake. They argued if they saw a tentacle reach through the blue beam of the light to grab the man. One of the girls was quietly sobbing, and I fell asleep to Beth's voice repeating, "See, I told you so." The next day, I'm shocked that none of the girls are bringing it up to me. Like, none of the girls tried to tell me what happened the previous night. I couldn't tell them I was fake sleeping to ignore their cries of terror, so I just left it alone too. But me and 5 tiny witnesses did see something. So, what was it? When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place, and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta. But there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else. Something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic setting quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn. The sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. I worked in hospitality for 31 years. Hotels, inns, bed and breakfasts. A historic plantation house outside of Charleston that had more atmosphere than sense. I've seen the inside of more old buildings than most people see in a lifetime, and I guess I want that on record before I tell you what happened at the Eliza Thompson house on Jones Street in Savannah, Georgia, sometime in early spring of 1994. I don't have stories from all the places I've visited over the years where I've worked, but I've got a story about the Eliza Thompson house. I was nearly 52 years old. I'd been in housekeeping my entire adult life, and I was good at it. Efficient, thorough, unbothered by the particular demands of very old buildings, which have their own personalities and their own ways of making themselves known. Creaking floors, drafty hallways, the way rooms hold cold no matter the season. A lot of old buildings are that way. I'd worked alongside all of it without incident for 3 decades. And I'm not someone who frightens easily. I'm not someone who imagines things. I'm as practical as they come. I took the position at the Eliza Thompson house in January of that year. Beautiful property on Jones Street. One of the oldest houses in the historic district, built in 1847. carrying every one of those years in its bones. The inn was elegant, well-maintained. The other staff were good people, and I liked the work. I liked the early morning hours especially, arriving before the guests were up, moving through the quiet rooms with the city still dark outside. The satisfaction of setting everything right before the day began. It was my favorite. The basement was part of my regular routine. Supply storage, linens, cleaning products, paper goods. Essentially, inventory that needs restocking before the first guests come down for breakfast. I'd been down there dozens of times before anything happened. Low ceilings, smell of old stone and cleaning product. Functional, unglamorous, nothing that I ever gave much thought to beyond the task at hand. I knew the history of the building in the general way that you know the history of any place you work. Pieces gathered from coworkers, from guests who ask questions, and from the atmosphere of a city like Savannah, where the past sits right on the surface of just about everything. I knew the house had seen the Civil War. I knew the family who'd built it had had their fair share of tragedy. What I learned later, after I'd already left, was the fuller story of the basement. The tunnel that had once connected to the Savannah River. The sailors who had come through it and never come back. The things that had happened in the dark below the elegant parlors and the carefully made beds above. Part of me wishes I'd known before. I might have been more prepared. It was early morning in March, not yet 5 o'clock. I came down the basement stairs the same way I always did, with the lights on, supply list in hand, nothing on my mind but getting the linen cart stocked before 6. I pulled what I needed from the shelves along the far wall, and I loaded my cart, turned to go back. And then I heard something from the far end of the basement, beyond the shelving units, from wherever that old tunnel entrance had been sealed off and forgotten. A sound that I've spent about 30 years trying to describe accurately even to myself, and falling short. The closest I can get to is, it was low, it was wet, and it was not made by anything that belonged in that building or in that century. This wasn't an animal sound exactly, not a human sound, really. Something between those categories that my body understood only as a threat before my mind had finished processing it. I didn't run. I'm a 52-year-old professional woman. I walked to those stairs at a pace that I was keeping deliberately steady, because something told me that running would make it worse. I got to the bottom of the stairs and I started up. And I could feel it behind me now. This wasn't a presence exactly, or an atmospheric unease. This was something physical. Something with proximity and intention, close enough that the air between us felt compressed suddenly. Close enough that I could hear it moving on the concrete behind me. I was 3 feet from the top, steps, when I heard a growl. It was guttural, but it was a growl. There's no other word for it. Low and close, directly behind my left shoulder. I took the last 3 steps faster than I intended, and I reached the top and I felt something close around my ankle. A hand, or the shape of one. Fingers, and grip, in unmistakable intention. I pitched forward hard. I caught the door frame with both hands, and I stood there at the top of the basement stairs, breathing in a way I hadn't breathed since I was a girl and genuinely frightened of something. I didn't fall. Whatever had me, it didn't pull or drag. It just held briefly, long enough to make its point and then let go. I handed in my notice that same week, told the manager it was a family matter. I've never told anyone what actually happened at the stairs. Not until right now. 30 years later, I'm only writing it down because my niece encouraged me to. I worked in old buildings for 31 years, and I retired from the last one with my nerves and my dignity mostly intact. The Eliza Thompson house, that was the only place I ever left without a proper goodbye.
So before I get into this, I need to throw a disclaimer out there that I was 18 years old when this event took place. I've never done hard drugs in my life. I don't drink alcohol. And I started smoking weed when I was 22. Also, there were 3 other teenagers with me that night who were also sober and witnessed this as well. So my friend and I were hanging out with 2 of her guy friends on a Friday night after school. And the plans were that we were going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. We were just hanging out around town, nothing much to do in a small Georgia town, but walk around town square, go to the trails. Well, after shooting the shit for a couple hours, we got hungry. We ordered a pizza for pickup. We got the pizza and drove to a pretty quiet neighborhood where one of the guys lived. The neighborhood was tucked away pretty good into the forest, so it was really quiet and really dark in that area. As we were sitting outside eating pizza, using the hood of the car as a makeshift table, I looked up and I saw what looked like a large pitch-black mass, one that resembled a primate in shape and movement, swinging high in the trees. They were a good 800 feet away from us. Even from that distance, in the night, it looked so huge. But that made no sense. We live in a small town in Georgia. There's no large primates here. I alerted everyone to this figure in the trees, and we were all baffled and amazed at what we were seeing. I remember just having this sense of dread washing over me as I looked at this figure, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it seemed like it noticed us. We couldn't see any distinct features, and the figure was pitch black, but somehow, you just knew it was watching you. Suddenly, this shadow, ape-like figure stood tall, and you could almost see it shifting before your eyes. It began to resemble something more closely the shape of a large man. He was holding on to a branch with one arm, just staring at us with unseen eyes. Everyone was frozen, so still and so quiet. It seemed like the sounds of the night froze in place with us. We were just transfixed on this dark figure in the trees. Then this creature crouched over, and as it did, its shoulders seemed to stretch impossibly higher, reaching over its head. All of us were in shock and terrified at seeing this, maybe a little in denial as we were seeing what was defying any logical explanation, because you want this to make sense. And then this creature's shoulders, for the lack of a better word or better way to explain this, they seemed to grow into these huge wing-like shapes. Then this dark figure jumped off the branch and flew off. It soared, I guess. I knew what I was seeing was real, because when that happened, we all ran to the car without talking, just screaming and running as fast as possible. We sped away from there. We were all freaking out, trying to find any logical reason, something that could explain what we'd just witnessed. But there was nothing. Needless to say, no one slept that night. We were all too terrified that maybe that thing followed us back to my friend's house. I should mention this was back in 2010, so I didn't have a good camera phone to capture whatever we saw back then. Even now, I don't know that it's the first thing I would think of, though. It was crazy. I've lived in Los Angeles nearly my whole life, 60 years. I know this city the way that you only know a place that you're born in, completely, almost definitely. I know which freeways to avoid and at what hour. The way the light changes in the fall, in the winter. That particular gold that doesn't exist anywhere else. I have raised children here.
Buried friends here, watched neighbors transform so many times they bear almost no resemblance to what they were when I first saw them. I was 17 when we arrived from Paris. My parents, my younger sister Martine, and me. My father had work. There was no room for sentiment. It was just the reason. My mother was not happy about it and never fully pretended otherwise. But she was practical too. Her generation of women was. They had learned to be. And so she packed the apartment on Rue de la Roquette into boxes and followed her husband across an ocean without making too much of it. Martine and I were at an age where everything felt like an adventure or a catastrophe, depending on the day. Sometimes both simultaneously. In Los Angeles in 1965 was certainly something. The scale of it, the light, the way everyone seemed to be moving towards something just slightly out of frame, but in reach. We took a house on El Centro Avenue, Spanish-style, single-story, low white architecture. It was everywhere in that part of the city. My parents took the master bedroom. Martine and I each had our own rooms, and from the outside, it looked like exactly what it was supposed to be. A family settling in, making do, beginning again. I noticed something was wrong the first night. Now I'm in my 70s, but I've had 60 some odd years to think about it. I still don't have the language that feels entirely adequate. But it was a feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being monitored, observed, by something I couldn't locate. I lay in my new bed in my new room in this enormous foreign city and felt, with a clarity that had nothing dreamy about it, that I was not alone. I told myself that the strangeness of everything, it was just the move. We'd been in Los Angeles for 4 days. Nothing was familiar, not yet. Not the sounds, not the air, not the way the darkness fell. When everything around you is new and slightly wrong, how do you identify which wrongness is the one that matters? That was the question I couldn't answer. That was the question that kept me quiet for longer than I should have stayed quiet. Martine came to me some days later. She hadn't slept properly since we arrived. She described the same feeling, the observation, the sense of a presence that had no body that she could find. We sat on the edge of my bed in the afternoon light and compared notes in whispered French and arrived at the same place. We didn't know what it was. We didn't know how to explain it. And we absolutely could not tell our parents. That was not as irrational as it sounds. My mother was already homesick, and I mean in a way that she was working very hard not to show. My father, he was under enormous pressure. In a new country, navigating everything in his second language. The first thing either of them needed was their daughters telling them the house felt wrong. And beyond that, beyond the protectiveness, there was the simpler problem of not trusting ourselves. We were in a place where everything felt slightly off-register. How could we be certain this wasn't just us? 2 French girls in California, unmoored from everything familiar, manufacturing strangeness because strangeness was easier to name than homesickness. So we managed it. That is the word I use now. Looking back, we managed it the way that you manage something you can't resolve. Hardly. Martine started lighting a candle each night before bed. Neither of us discussed why. We both understood it was not for ambience. The weeks passed. The presence didn't leave. We learned to exist alongside it. After all, it couldn't be fixed. We built routines around it by not looking directly at the thing that you're afraid of, by telling yourself each morning that last night wasn't as strange as it felt. But then my mother saw it. She told me about it the next morning in the kitchen, her voice controlled. She was shaken, but refusing to show it. She'd woken up in the night to a sound, movement, she thought, between the two beds. When she looked up, there was a man standing there. Young, she said, not old at all, and she could see through him. She said, carefully, as if testing whether I would challenge it. She could see the space between the beds, right through the center of him. She gave a cry, and he was gone. That was the morning Martine and I finally told her everything. My mother sat at the kitchen table and listened to all of it, the weeks of it, really. The candles, the nights, the sounds. She didn't say what I was afraid she'd say. She didn't tell us that we were imagining things. She was quiet for a long time, but then she said that she wished we'd told her sooner. And then she made more coffee, and that was that. She found someone who knew about things. My mother was good like that, always meeting people. A medium. Though my mother would not have used that word. She was Catholic and preferred her own vocabulary for it. What this woman told us was that a young couple had lived in the house before us, that they had died there together, that whatever had kept them in those rooms was something unresolved between them and the world that they'd left. I've thought about them for nearly 60 years. I don't know their names. I only know that they were young, that they made a choice that brought them to that house and kept them there, and that 2 French girls lighting candles every night was the closest anyone had come to acknowledging them before my mother decided that they deserved better than to be ignored. She prayed for them every night for weeks. It was this stubborn devotion of a woman who had crossed an ocean and was not about to be defeated by something that hadn't even managed to stay alive. My mother had opinions about what the dead were owed, and she was not shy about acting on them. One night, Martine and I were both awake. We knew without saying so that something was different. There was a genuine stillness in the house that hadn't been there before. It was just a house. Ours, finally, all the way through. I still live in Los Angeles. I still live, in fact, not very far from El Centro Avenue, though the neighborhood has changed so many times I barely recognize it. Martine went back to France in her 30s. She always missed it more than I did. My mother died here, which I think would have surprised her younger self. It's impossible not to think about that house sometimes when I drive past that part of the city. 2 young people who stayed somewhere that they should have been able to leave. My mother, who decided they deserved someone to pray for them. Martine and me with our candles and our whispered French and our very determined refusal to make our parents' hard year any harder. We were so young. We didn't have the words for what we were living with, but we managed it. Quietly, together, and without letting on how frightened we actually really were. Not much different than living in a foreign country for the first time. I drove past the old park last spring. I don't know why I went that way. I hadn't been down that road in years, maybe decades. It was one of those mornings where you make a turn without quite deciding to, and you find yourself somewhere that you didn't plan on being. There's a strip mall there now, a nail salon, a sandwich shop, one of those cell phone stores. A parking lot with painted lines and a handicapped space near the door. Nothing that would tell you anything had ever stood there before. I sat in my car in that parking lot for a while, and I thought, If I don't say this somewhere, nobody will ever know it happened. Connie is gone. I don't know where. My children were too young to remember any of it. My husband has been dead for 11 years. Whatever happened in that little corner of Peabody, Massachusetts in 1962 is sitting in me and nowhere else. I'm 74 now, and I found this podcast and thought, here, this is where it goes. We moved into the park in late summer of that year. My husband Terry had found us a spot on the edge of the property. Newer section, good neighbors, close enough to his work that we could manage on one car. Our kids were 4 and 6. It wasn't a glamorous life, but it was ours, and I was proud of it. You have to understand what Boston was that summer. I don't know how much the younger people listening know about the Boston Strangler. 11 women killed, all of them in their own homes. No sign of forced entry. The city was terrified in a way that's hard to describe now. Women were double locking their doors. Hardware stores sold out of window locks. My mother called me every week just to tell me to be careful, and I always said I was, and I always meant it. I checked the windows every night before bed. I kept a hammer under the mattress on my side. I was afraid in a specific way that a young woman feels with small children in a city where something was hurting women in their homes. And then something came into my home that had nothing to do with any of that. The first time it happened, I was washing dishes. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, kids napping, Terry at work, the radio on low. I felt someone touch my shoulder, not a brush or the ambiguous sensation of a draft. It was a hand, deliberate, brief, specific weight, pressure of a hand placed on a shoulder. I spun around so fast, I knocked a glass into the sink. The trailer was completely empty. Back door locked, front door locked. Both windows in the kitchen closed against the September heat. I stood at that sink for a while before I went back to the dishes. I didn't tell Terry. And I'll just say it wasn't that I thought he wouldn't believe me. It was that we were living in a city where women were being killed in their homes, and I had children sleeping 20 feet away, and I could not afford, practically speaking, to be frightened of something I couldn't name on top of everything else I was already frightened of. So I filed it away. I told myself what you probably tell yourself. Old trailer, settling. My nerves were wound tight. The times were what they were. I think it's easier to gaslight yourself with the unexplained. It happened 3 more times over the next 2 months. Always when I was alone. Always a touch. Once my shoulder again, once the back of my hand while I was folding laundry. It's not a threatening touch, or a lingering one. It's brief and obvious, but then it's gone. The feeling afterward was not quite fear, more like this awareness of being in a space that someone else was occupying. Someone who meant no harm, but whose presence I hadn't agreed to. I started paying attention to the trailer next door. Connie had moved in that same summer, a few weeks after us. She was a few years older than me, had children of her own, worked nights doing something. She was vague about it. We were friendly the way the trailer park neighbors are friendly. Coffee some mornings, watching each other's kids in a pinch. A sort of closeness that people living 30 feet apart with thin walls between them have. She was warm and funny, and I liked her. She also kept her lights on all night, every night, which I noticed because our bedroom window faced her trailer, and the light came through our curtains. I asked her about it once, kindly. She smiled, and she said she didn't like the dark. I left it there. In the fall, I noticed that she seemed tired. Maybe not sick exactly, but someone not sleeping well. I asked if everything was all right, and she said yes, fine. Just a lot on her mind. I believed her. I had my own things on my mind. I asked if she wanted to talk about it, and she shrugged. Told her if she did, I was here. She left in December, packed up quickly, sent her kids to stay with her mother, was gone inside a week. She came to say goodbye, and I hugged her on a little step outside of her door. She held on longer than I expected. I asked if she'd be okay. She said she thought she would be now. I didn't know what she meant. I found out from another neighbor about a week after Connie left. She told me the whole thing over coffee. She told me all about a figure that Connie had been seeing in her trailer since summer. A man, enormous, nearly 7 feet tall, long coat, a hat that he never removed, standing in her kitchen sometimes, sitting on her counter, standing at the foot of her bed in the early morning hours, staring. Connie had kept the lights on because she couldn't see him with the lights on. She could feel him, but she couldn't see him. That was somehow better for her. I sat with my coffee and thought about the hand on my shoulder. I don't know what was in that little corner of Peabody in 1962. I don't know if whatever visited Connie ever came into my trailer, or if what touched me was something else entirely. Something quieter and smaller that had nothing to do with this enormous figure with the long coat next door. Maybe the land held more than one thing. Maybe it held nothing, and we were two frightened women in a frightening city, and our nerves made something out of nothing. But I do know what a hand on my shoulder feels like. I've known it my whole life. And what touched me in that kitchen was not my imagination. And it was not the city's fear, and it wasn't Albert DeSalvo. It was something that has no name that I know of. In a trailer that no longer exists. In a parking lot where nobody would bother to look. Which, I guess, is why I'm saying it. For the safety of me and the people involved, I will not mention the name or location of this camp. But I worked there for 5 years. Well, not the summer camp itself. I worked for the nonprofit that worked with the summer camp. They were also a relatively small outfit that rented us the campgrounds with a couple other organizations. They staffed the kitchen, and I think that was about it, because every year it was me and this other chick named Allison that had to plan and coordinate everything that would be going on for those 2 weeks. There was an archery area, but none of us knew how to shoot a bow, let alone teach a child how to wield a potentially deadly weapon. We covered the basics: campfires, swimming. If the lake doesn't have harmful bacteria like it did one hot, miserable year. And on the last couple of days, each group gets to go on their own little night hike. Because everything's winding down around then, I like to attend those while letting the appointed camp counselors lead the way. It's also not the safest to let a high schooler take a pack of kids into the wild. They were all responsible young adults, but your SAT score doesn't mean that you'll know what to do if one of your little camp scouts gets bit on the open eye by a venomous snake. Thankfully, that hasn't happened, because I wouldn't have known what to do either in that situation. An animal threat was what I always worried about out there. I think it's funny that the only actual situation wasn't one that involved any snakes or critters. For the life of me, I can't put my finger on what it actually was that posed a threat, and we obviously never got anyone from the government calling us to explain anything further, hence why I'm hesitating even going into the weirdness. If this is rare enough that my story's the only one like it, anyone looking into it would automatically know that I was the whistleblower. But if this is more common than I'm led to believe, there's something more going on. I know that I don't know the extent of plausibility. If I were to look at this as a statistical scenario, out of 100% of happenings like this, How many more slip past them, under the radar? It's never 100%. That's a perfect score, and only God is perfect. But these things aren't one of God's creatures, nor do I believe that they're even part of our world, especially with how it all transpired. I'm also not convinced that this wasn't some sort of government integration conspiracy. But this is what happens when you're left with no answers. Our goal during the night hike is to get all the way to the bonfire that we light when we get there. Earlier in the day, we hide s'mores fixings for a surprise. The senior counselor leads our little group of 8, and I walk the caboose. But as our group got over the last incline, we could start to see the open field with a bonfire set up. The clearing opens up from a canopied tree line, and as we all trickled into the large semicircle around the bundle of sticks, the sound of another group's footsteps caught my attention, and my heart went into my throat. There's not supposed to be anyone else out there with us, and there was no chance that it was another camp group approaching from the opposite side. It instantly put me on high guard. Nobody knew that I carried a gun on these walks. I'd always reassure the kids that there were no bears out here, and I didn't think there was a big population out here. But it's never 100% that we won't come across one. I could tell, though, that this wasn't a bear coming towards us. Near the tree line, which was 10 feet away, a branch broke that quieted the group down. Everyone was now aware that something was going on, and the semicircle was silent. Before whatever this thing was breached the shadows, I unholstered my pistol strategically, and nobody noticed me fidgeting. Then, something arguably scarier than an animal finally poked out from the dark. The muzzle of a big automatic rifle, reflecting in the moon's light, followed by a soldier wearing night vision goggles under a helmet. Their gear had no identifiable patches, insignias, or flags. They were wearing camouflage. 2 soldiers followed behind the first and spread out to his right and left. The triangle they made completed the circle of people. We all instinctively held our hands up. All the kids were simply too scared to make noise. I raised my hands as well, thinking that any other move would get us killed. These guys weren't hunters. They wore identical uniforms, and none of them spoke a word as they held their rifles at us. Soon, 2 more men joined from the tree line. One carried a suitcase with some sort of electrical equipment attached to it. He held a remote control in the other hand that was attached to the suitcase with a cord. The remote looked like a stud finder or an EMF reader, but I know it wasn't that exact kind of thing because of how he was using it. He and the last man that joined the group were also dressed in uniforms, but theirs were dress pants and button-ups. Nothing special. They looked like office workers. Had to be in their 20s, maybe 30s. The one without a suitcase held an iPad that emitted a soft glow. I'm calling it an iPad now for the story purposes, but back at that time, we were still a while away from that technology being on the market for general consumers, so to us, this glowing notepad that he controlled by touch, it looked almost intimidating, if that makes sense to describe it that way. I felt like a character from a Lovecraftian horror. This perceived threat harnessed unfathomable, unimaginable power. 3 years later, I see a commercial for the first-generation iPad, and I have an epiphany as to what I'd seen that night. The man holding this alien notebook walks right up to me, asks if I'm the scout leader. I nodded without correcting him on the official job title. He turns to the rest of the group and states, "Don't worry, kids. Everyone's safe." Looking back at me, he says that they were from the U.S. government. They needed to see if any of us had tested positive for radiation. I ask if there's been a chemical spill nearby, but there hadn't, and he didn't give any further explanation. That's when the second man with the suitcase started walking up to each of the children and waving the remote that he was holding like a metal detector all around them. He'd say, "This one's clear," and the glowing clipboard would be swiped. That process repeated. It happened multiple times until one child made the wand spike with color. I couldn't tell who the man was standing over, and right when those little lights started blinking, the 3 soldiers lifted their guns, and the man with the suitcase stepped backwards. I start asking the man standing closest to me, "What does that mean? What's going on?" If the situation wasn't tense before, we were now at maximum strain. Then, from out of nowhere, a 4th previously unseen soldier appears behind the child that made the wand go off. I said, "Wait," right before the semicircle flashes with a strobe of blue. The electric buzz that accompanied the flash led me to believe that they'd used an electrical charge to incapacitate the child. The kids start crying and I scream, "No!" But as I'm screaming, the noise I attempted to make was swallowed by a monstrous, and I mean bone-shakingly low, rumbling roar. It was demonic, unworldly. The 4 soldiers converge on the body, concealing it and returning to the forest. The 2 other men with technology take their time rolling up cords and typing on this pad, all while I'm having a mental breakdown, begging these people not to take the child. The man with the suitcase meets his partner standing next to me, and with a tone of voice that almost seemed bothered at my emotions, he says, "Stop, lady. That wasn't one of yours." That confused and enraged me more than I thought possible. I demanded answers, but they ignored me and left in the way of the soldiers. I was embarrassed how I handled myself in front of the kids on that mountain. I was a blubbering mess in the dirt when the senior counselor says, "They're all here. We still have 8. Finally, the idea crosses my mind to light the bonfire so that we could see, and after a dozen head counts and name counts, none of the scouts were missing. So who did the soldiers take? How did we gain an extra kid during our hike? The counselor was just as confused as me, but neither of us had any more information than the other. We didn't make s'mores that night. Right after the last head count, I extinguished the flame, and we made our way back down the mountain in less time than it took us to climb it. When we got back to camp, I sounded the fire alarms without having them automatically connect to the fire department. That was the fastest way to get the camp together. There were over 100 people standing in their pajamas, all tired, as I made every senior counselor count their cabin of kids, and I made them make sure that they had the right amount of kids. I was able to breathe in relief when they all came back with correct numbers. Of course, the next day, I made phone calls to each of the 8 families, and every time I repeated the story, it never sounded like it made any sense. But the blowback from such a catastrophic situation never came. None of the families tried to sue us, and our enrollment stayed the same. A few months would go by. I'm back in the classroom working with our before and after school program at the nonprofit. And when picking up their child at the end of the day, a few of the parents shared some key information that I wouldn't have been aware of if they didn't just so happen to tell me in passing. The majority of parents told me they'd received phone messages from an unknown number, zeros all across the caller ID. The ones that did pick up said that they spoke to someone asking about an incident over the summer. The voice on the other line would suggest that they don't look into it, and then the line would go dead. Weirdly, neither me or the nonprofit itself was ever contacted by that number. The biggest thing that came of it was that the owners of the campground decided to terminate our contract without explanation. That's fine. I don't think it was just us that they did this with, because their whole operation was shut down. Like, the acres of the property itself was seized and no longer hosted events of any kind. That was just fine to me. I had no intention on ever going back there again, actually. In fact, there was one unique story amongst the others that sent chills up my spine when they told me. They said that their child was walking behind the older boy leading the hike. There was one junior scout ahead of her in line. Then there were two. They're supposed to stay quiet on the way up, unless it's a real emergency. Cutting in line was against the rules and rude, but not an emergency. Not enough to break the group's silence. The trail was too dark for her to get a real good look at who it was, but she pushes this line cutter in the back of the shoulder as they're walking, and she said that he turned around and looked at her real quick, then turned back around. What she saw in that glance back, it looked uncanny, the mom said, but their child described it to them as a big, weird face, like gray putty smushed together to make its nose, lips, and cheeks. She says whatever was in front of her scared her more than the soldiers. She associated the two immediately, thinking, they're after this thing. I couldn't imagine anything scarier than an assault scope in your face, but apparently this thing was. She told her mom that she was afraid it was going to eat her. That comment filled my mind way after the mom had left. Way after I got home, too. I just think that's such a primitive fear to feel. Most I can relate is when a big brown bear came sniffing up against my Jeep when my partner and I went camping back in our 20s. It got colder than expected, so we moved to the Jeep for a little insulation. That choice probably saved our life that night, because I'd say an hour after we made the move and fell back asleep, we were woken up to a brown bear going absolutely insane right on the other side of the glass. It looked like it had wandered into our campsite, gotten tangled in the fabric of the tent. Nothing we could do but watch it destroy everything in the area until it freed itself and ran back into the forest. It's humbling. We're all just animals on a food chain. Most of these carnivorous predators see us very low in the hierarchy. It's always been that way on Earth. Sure, our intelligence allowed us to adapt. Our natural human superpower was endurance, and in more than one way. We've endured through the test of time and planted our legacy in the animal kingdom. When Homo sapiens emerged, they weren't the only human species. They existed alongside a diverse cast of branches of human life. In particular, Neanderthals and Denisovans overlapped with the sapiens for thousands of years, but there's another. A member of this evolutionary spiderweb that I've heard about, and the ones that do stand by its existence speculate if it's even human in origin. Most museum displays consist of scientific casts rather than authentic fossils. And because skeletons are rarely found 100% intact, the final mounts are anatomical reconstructions based on the best available evidence. Some people put Bigfoot in this human family tree. I don't. If there is a Bigfoot, that species would most likely be an intelligent, evolved form of Gigantopithecus. The creature that I'm talking about is harder to categorize. They think that this thing is why humans have the uncanny valley response to begin with. I'd like you to just roll with me and allow me to get all the way through it. Okay, here we go. A species like this would likely be a descendant of Homo heidelbergensis. This was the common ancestor of both us and Neanderthals. While we moved towards social cooperation and tool use, this group stayed aggressive and moved in isolation. Their predatory advantage wasn't claws or speed. It was the ability to stand at the edge of a campfire's light and look human enough. Just enough not to trigger an immediate flight response. Similar to other archaic humans. They may have lacked a distinct chin, but possessed highly flexible facial muscles to imitate expressions of distress or friendliness. Because they weren't social creatures, they wouldn't have developed a complex language. Instead, it's possible they evolved phonetic parasitism. That's the ability to mimic the sounds of human speech or a baby's cry. While other animals possess this ability, this species would utilize it to lure curious sapiens away from the group. Only those with a hypersensitive creep-out response survived. We developed a brain that's alerted when it sees something 95% of human, but missing that final 5% of soul. Incorrect microexpressions, rigid movements, strange skin textures. As Homo sapiens became more linguistically complex, it became impossible for them to keep up. We developed cultural nuances, inside jokes, and specific dialects that they couldn't replicate. Once our social structures grew, they became easier to spot and hunt to extinction. Animals turn up in the rainforest all the time that they thought were extinct. I'd also consider that there's a few creatures unknown to the general public that scientists know is real, and for one reason or another, instead of releasing their findings, they keep them hidden.
So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer. Just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on 2 legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. My wife Sarah and I have always been drawn to the outdoors. We've been together for 6 years now, married for 2. And camping had always been our way to unwind from the daily grind. We appreciated the serenity of the woods, the crackling of a campfire, and the silence broken only by rustling leaves. Living in the city, we didn't have any of those things, so it was our escape. But this trip changed everything. We'd set out for a long weekend of camping in the heart of the Adirondacks, a remote area that we hadn't explored before. The trail was quiet, almost eerily so. We hiked for hours, further than we intended, pushing ourselves deeper into the wilderness. The map we had seemed outdated. Paths that should have been well-worn were barely visible. We didn't mind, though. We liked the idea of being off the beaten path. It was around dusk, and the sun was dipping just below the trees. We stumbled upon it. The house. It shouldn't have been there. Hidden amongst the dense trees, almost blending into the shadows. It was old, decaying. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood exterior was gray with age. The roof sagging in places. Vines crept up the sides. I glanced at Sarah, her brow furrowed. "This isn't on the map, is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible at this point. "It's not." We sort of stood there for a moment, just staring. I don't know what compelled us to go inside. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange allure of finding something so out of place. The front door just sort of creaked open, ominously. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, the faint scent of something rotting. But there was a strange warmth to it, too, as if the house was still lived in, though no one had been here for years. The interior was unsettling. There were old, threadbare chairs, a table that had been untouched with a tea set laid out, as if waiting for guests to arrive. And a clock on the wall. It seemed to tick faintly, though the hands never moved. "This place feels wrong," Sarah muttered. I could see the unease all over her face, the way that she gripped her jacket tighter around her. I couldn't really argue either, but something about the house just kept us in there. We wandered around through narrow hallways, peeling wallpaper all around. It was like a true haunted house. Past rooms with furniture draped in dusty sheets. And then we reached a staircase. "Let's not go up," we said at the same time, instinct telling us to keep our distance from whatever might be on the second floor. So we turned back around, and then we heard it. A soft thud. Footsteps. My heart was literally racing. We weren't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. There was no answer. The footsteps continued, slow, above us. "I think we should go," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine, and I didn't make her say it twice. We backed out of the house, moving fast. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air outside felt different, lighter, surely cleaner. The house itself was oppressive. We ran back to where we had intended to camp, our minds reeling from that bizarre experience. That night, as we sat by the fire, neither of us could shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods were too quiet, the wind too still. Every crack of a twig in the distance set my nerves on edge. This is probably the worst sleep that either of us had ever gotten, constantly listening for footsteps that never came. The next morning, we decided to pack up and head back. I couldn't explain it, but I felt the desperate need to leave. to get far away from whatever we had stumbled upon. As we hiked back through the forest, we looked for the house, wanting to see it in the daylight. But it was gone. We retraced our steps over and over, but there was no sign of it. The clearing that we had found the night before was just a patch of overgrown brush. No house, no path leading to it. Nothing. We stood there confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had we imagined it? No. We both saw it. We both heard footsteps. We were inside. We never went back to that forest again, but we still do camp and get out into the wilderness when we can. But it took a while after this experience. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. "Who's taking care of Florence?" the nurse asked all of us. "Who?" we said. "We don't have a patient named Florence." I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. "What are you talking about?" the pharmacist asked. "We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine." "Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself," the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, we began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patients. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book with hundreds of pages of names, but sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost-going-away party. More specifically, a go-towards-the-light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." And we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. Of course, there's plenty here, we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going-away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. "Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie?" After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pixis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear. And that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or
that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He'd clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride.
He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. I was 18, and my mother and I were very close. She was 40. We'd been through all of my rebellious teenage crap and came out the other end as the best of friends. She had never been sick, but came home from work one day with a bad headache. She went to lie down, and I started dinner, but then I heard her crying. I never heard my mom cry before. I ran to her bedside, held her in my arms, and she died right there in my arms. And I called my dad, but she was already gone. On the night of her funeral, my dad and I went to bed early. His room, or their room, was right next to mine. It was about 8:30. My dog always slept at the end of my bed, and suddenly, my room got really cold, and my dog ran out of the room. I knew my mom was there, even before I saw her. She was all white and spoke to me telepathically. She told me not to worry about her, that she was in a good place and happy. I was scared, though, and I ran out of my bedroom and started to go downstairs. Then I thought, that's your mom. And I started back upstairs, just as my dad was coming down. You've heard the saying, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That couldn't have been more true for my dad. Before I could say anything, he said, I just saw your mom. I told him I had too. My dad was a very matter-of-fact person, an engineer. We never talked about this again until 40 years later, when he was on his deathbed dying of esophageal cancer. Remember when we saw Mom, I said, when she came back? Oh, love, he said. How could I ever forget that? I used to feel bad about being scared when I saw her, but then I remembered in the Bible how scared the shepherds were when the angel of the Lord came down and the angel told them to be not afraid. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else in the Tri-County area has seen anything like this. I've been farming this land, which has been in my family since 1904, and I've dealt with coyotes, timber wolves, occasionally a stray black bear. I know animal damage. This is not animal damage. It started about 3 weeks ago, right when the first serious winter storm hit. We'd had a few feet of snow, and the temperature hadn't been above zero for days. Out here in central Wisconsin, you don't call the day off. You check your perimeter, you check your stock, and you fix what's broke. My task that day was repairing the main barbed wire stretch along the back 40, bordering the state forest. A big drift had taken down a section of wire, and I had to replace a dozen posts. Now, my posts aren't the cheap wooden kind. They're heavy-duty, reinforced, $30 a pop steel T-posts, driven 3 feet down into the frozen ground with a hydraulic driver. They don't break. They bend. When I got to the damaged section, the drift was massive. But what I saw underneath the snow was wrong. The wire was broken, yes, but the steel T-post at the corner was snapped clean off, about 6 inches above the ground. It was bent. It was sheared. It looked like someone had hit it with a small excavator. I figured maybe a snowmobile went off trail, but there were no tracks, just snow. As I dug out the post, I noticed something else. Clear in the remaining crust of the snow were tracks. They were huge, bigger than my hand, and they were mostly canine. They had 4 distinct toes, massive pads, and clear claw marks. But they were spaced impossibly far apart, and had a strange heavy heel mark that suggested they were made by something that occasionally walked upright. I replaced the post, telling myself it was a massive, deformed wolf. This next part was the next night. My farmhouse is sturdy, but isolation is isolation. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a terrible noise outside the bedroom window. It wasn't a growl or a howl. It was a high-pitched, desperate sound, a human-like whimper. It sounded exactly like a person freezing to death, whimpering and crying, right outside the glass. I threw on my coat and grabbed the spotlight. The sound stopped instantly when the light hit the yard, where there was nothing, not even any tracks in the snow. It was just silence. The fear wasn't immediate. The annoyance was. Some kids messing with the old farmer. But the sheer isolation and the temperature ruled that out pretty quick. The whimpering continued, sporadically, for the next 2 nights. Always around the same time. Always followed by an extremely deep, shuddering, guttural growl that seemed to shake the window panes. It sounded like the growl was meant to silence the whimper. I put it out of my head until I went back to the fence line 3 days later. I was finishing up the repairs from the initial break when I heard a branch snap deep inside the forest, toward the west boundary. I scanned the tree line with my binoculars. The trees are dense pines, mostly black shadow this time of year. But I saw something. It wasn't even hiding. It was standing maybe 50 yards in, right at the edge of the woods, where the field starts. It was standing on 2 legs. It was built like a human, tall, maybe 7 feet, with heavy, sloped shoulders. But it was covered in dense, shaggy, dark fur. Its face was clearly canine, with a long muzzle, pointed ears, and eyes that reflected the dim light with a yellow-green intensity. I stood there frozen. What kind of joke was this? Field glasses pressed against my eyes. I'm a tough man. I've seen birth and death on this farm, but I'd never seen anything like this, so utterly and violently out of place. It radiated a kind of impatient, predatory intelligence that chills me even now. It didn't move for maybe 10 seconds. It just stared at me. Then, it did 2 things that confirmed this was not a prank or an optical illusion. First, it let out that same deep, rumbling growl, a sound that felt more like thunder in my chest than noise in my ears. Second, it moved. It didn't turn around and walk away. It dropped onto all 4s, transforming instantly into a massive, sprinting wolf shape, but still too large, too muscular. It covered the 50 yards in 3 giant bounds and disappeared into the trees on the north side. It was gone in under 2 seconds. I dropped my binoculars and ran back to the tractor. I didn't stop shaking until I was back inside the house. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't attacking my livestock. Didn't even appear to be hungry. Just breaking the fence because, it knew I'd come out to fix it. Sending me a message of some kind. Well, I've been here a lot longer than this thing. At least I think. I don't know what it is. I only know that the beast is not just wandering. It's monitoring. It knows that I'm watching this territory. Was it dropped here? Has it always been here? I don't know. But the whimpering is back outside. I can hear it every other night. It's softer, but it's there. I've lived on the same street for almost 10 years now. It's one of those older neighborhoods on the edge of town. Big trees still, long driveways, houses that used to belong to people who worked at the mill before it shut down. It's really quiet, and sometimes too quiet. Halloween, it's never busy here. A few families come by, but the last couple years I haven't seen any kids at all. The houses are spaced too far apart, I guess. Easy to hit the subdivisions. Anyway, this was last year. I bought candy just in case, and set a bowl by the door, and I left the porch light on. Around 8:30, the first knock came. 3 quick taps. When I opened the door, there was no one there. Just the porch light flickering a little and the wind pushing leaves around. Perfect fall atmosphere. I figured that it was kids doing ding-dong ditch and laughed it off. 10 minutes later, another knock. Louder this time. I got up, checked again. Nothing. The street was empty. Bowl still full. I decided to just keep the porch light on. I remember checking my phone, 8:43, and then I heard the third knock. It was slow and heavy, unlike the others. I walked to the door, looked out the people, and froze. There was a kid standing there. Maybe 9 or 10, old-fashioned costume, looked something from a black and white photo. Long coat, white shirt, paper mask covering half their face. The mask was rough, hand-cut, with 2 big circles for eyes. They didn't move or say anything, just stood there, holding out a candy bag. I opened the door a crack and said, "Hey there, you're out late." No response. Kid just kept the bag held out empty. "Where are your parents?" I asked, looking around. "Need help finding your group?" The kid just tilted their head a little. The voice that came out was flat. "I need to come inside." Something in the way they said it made my stomach drop. No please, no question mark, just slow instruction. I tried to laugh it off. "You're fine, bud. You don't need to come in, but I'll get you some candy, and I'll come with you." As I turned to grab the bowl, the kid said, "No." Then in the same calm tone, "You need to let me in, Bethany." That stopped me cold. How did this child know my name? I turned back, and that's when I noticed their eyes through the holes of the mask. I guess it could have been part of the costume, but they weren't eyes. Just black. Not pupils, not dark irises. Just a solid, depthless black. Like the eye wasn't even a thing that could move. I realize that's hard to imagine without seeing it. But trust me, it was incredibly odd. I never felt so unsettled looking at a child in my life. The bag in their hands, empty. I said, "Would you like me to take you home? Or call the police?" The kid's voice changed then. Lower and older somehow. Same words, just heavier.
let me in. I shut the door. It was hard enough for the glass to rattle, but something about the voice. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely dial 911. I hit call. Before it could even ring, I was feeling silly. I disconnected. I thought, what if this is just some prank? Some weird mask with contacts, a neighbor's kid, and they know my name, so on. So I don't know why, but I opened the door again. The porch was empty now. I stepped outside, looked around. Nothing on the driveway. No voices. It was just that quiet, heavy air you get when the streetlights seem louder than the wind. Then behind me, 3 knocks from the door I'd just left open. I turned around and the kid was there again, standing inside the doorway. "Can I come inside now?" they said. I ran, no shame in admitting it. I bolted down the steps and out onto the yard. When I looked back, the doorway was empty again. No kid, or the sound of them leaving. The police came about 20 minutes later due to my hang-up call. 2 officers walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. One of them said that they get calls like this all the time. Told me it's usually kids just messing around. But he also told me, honestly, nobody's been trick-or-treating on these streets for years, so... They canvassed some neighbors. There was no missing kids, no children in paper masks. After they assured me that everything was fine, they left. I sat up till morning with every light in the house on. There were no footprints on the porch when the sun came up, but I wasn't expecting there to be. The bowl of candy was, of course, still full. My door locked. But on the outside, just below the peephole, there were 3 smudges. Small, grayish prints, like fingertips. Maybe I'd just never noticed them before. But I don't know. Now Halloween's coming up. I'm hoping this year is less eventful than last year. And I'm gonna start by turning off the porch light. I think it's best just to not open that door. This was in late September. My girlfriend and I were camping in a quiet section of state forest that basically shuts down after Labor Day. We had hiked a couple of miles, set up our tent near a small creek, and had the place completely to ourselves. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. The fire had burned down to embers and the air was cold enough that I could see my breath. And then I saw off in the trees, maybe 50 yards away, a faint light, a line of faint warm lights. They moved slowly, weaving between the trunks like a group of people carrying lanterns. I sat up and nudged my girlfriend awake. She saw them too. "There's no trail over there, right?" she whispered. And she was right. That part of the forest was just dense brush and uneven ground. We watched for a minute trying to figure out what we were seeing. The lights weren't bright enough to be flashlights, and they were this odd, steady glow. There was no flicker, no beam. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to go toward the light. As we got closer, the forest was even quieter. Our footsteps sounded way too loud, like the trees were sucking up the rest of the noise. The lights drifted ahead, just far enough to keep us moving. And then without warning, they blinked out. We stopped, considering turning on our flashlights, but we listened hard. And that's when my eyes adjusted enough to see what had replaced the lights. In the spots where the lanterns had been were small figures, human-shaped, no taller than my chest, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, bonnets, suspenders, simple linen shirts. Their faces were pale and almost gray. Their eyes were open, but unfocused. They weren't really standing. They were
half buried in the ground, like they'd been planted there. Dirt rose around their waists, holding them in place. My girlfriend was gripping my arm. I figured she sees them too. None of them moved or even blinked. We backed away slowly, never taking our eyes off of them either, until we were far enough to turn and run. When we got back to camp, we stuffed everything into our packs, and we hiked out with a headlamp, all the way to the car. We've been back to that forest since. Like I said, it's a state park, but never at night. I've never seen those lights again, or whatever the hell that was. But we certainly won't forget. I found the apartment in November of 2001. I wasn't looking for Riverside Drive specifically, though I know a lot about it now. I wasn't really looking for anything specifically. I just needed to not be in my old place anymore. The one on the Lower East Side that Claudia and I had spent 3 years in, turning into something that felt like ours, even though only my name was on the lease. After September, I'd go home and stand in the kitchen. I'd feel her everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And eventually I understood that I had to leave, or I was going to lose my mind in that kitchen. So I left. People who didn't lose someone that fall sometimes ask what it was like to be in New York in those months afterward, and I never know how to answer them. The city was soft in a way that it had never been before, and it hasn't been since. Strangers made eye contact on the subway. People were gentle with each other, in the particular way of people who have all just learned something at the same time. I needed to be somewhere that understood grief without requiring an explanation of it. And New York in late 2001 was exactly that place. Everyone was already fluent. Claudia wasn't my sister, or my wife, or my girlfriend. She was the person I called first for everything. The person who knew every version of me. The person that I'd fully expected to know for the rest of my life. There isn't a word for what she was. I've stopped looking for one. The Riverside Drive apartment was the third one that I looked at, and I took it the same day. High ceilings, good light, kind of old Manhattan bones that make you feel held rather than just housed. The building had been there since the late 1800s, and you could feel that in the walls. The particular solidity of something that has survived more than you have and intends to survive more still. I found that comforting in a way that I couldn't fully figure out. I needed to be somewhere that had already been through things. I noticed a whole new feeling within the first week. Not in the whole apartment, in the bedroom specifically, and in a particular corner of the living room, near the window that faced the street. A heaviness that wasn't grief exactly, or wasn't only grief, though it rhymed with grief closely enough that at first I assumed it was mine. I was carrying so much of it that it seemed plausible that it had started pooling in certain rooms. I'd stand in the bedroom doorway sometimes and feel it like a weather system. Dense and specific and old in a way that my own grief, still raw and new, wasn't. I told myself that it was the apartment's age, the accumulated weight of everyone who had lived there before me. It seemed reasonable. It seemed like the kind of thing that you could think and just file away, but it didn't file away. In fact, it grew more specific over the weeks. The heaviness in the bedroom had a quality that I kept trying to name and failing to. Not sadness, exactly. Not the clean, open wound of loss that I was living with. Something more closed. Something turned inward. If grief is the feeling of missing someone else, what I felt in that bedroom was something closer to the feeling of not being able to forgive yourself. Shame that had been sitting in the walls long enough to become architectural.
I started sleeping with this small light on in December. Not because I was frightened, but because the dark in that bedroom, it had a density that pressed down in a way that I couldn't rest inside. I needed some form of light. She appeared on a Wednesday in January. I was sitting at the edge of the bed, unable to sleep, which was most nights. And I looked up, and she was standing near the window. A woman, solid enough for one disoriented second. I thought somehow someone had gotten in before I understood what I was actually seeing. She was dressed in a way that wasn't quite right for 2002. Something formal and dark. She was looking at me with an expression I recognized immediately because I'd been wearing a version of it for months. Not haunted in the ghost story sense. Haunted in the human sense. The face of someone who's done something they cannot undo and have not found a way to live with it. We looked at each other for a long time, long enough that I understood it was mutual. She was seeing me as clearly as I was seeing her. And then she was gone. And I sat in the empty bedroom for a long time, with my heart going, and the city quiet outside. The feeling that the walls were denser than they'd ever been. I'd just seen a ghost. There's no way I could explain it any other way. So I started looking into the building's history the next morning. It took a little bit of time, this was 2002, before everything was digitized and accessible. I spent several weekends at the library going through old directories and newspaper archives. What I found came in pieces. A family named Brady, who'd lived in the building around 1910, a husband named Henry, a maid named Lizzie, a man named Maggio, who worked nearby, a small newspaper item, 3 paragraphs, about a young woman who had worked in the building and been accused of stealing and jumped from a window, and Anne Brady, who, by the account of the records, had not been a simple woman, who had a husband who strayed and a household to maintain, and a pride that had apparently curdled into something darker under enough pressure, who, by what I could piece together, had been the one to set in motion what happened to Lizzie. The accusation, the shame, the window. Anne Brady's been in that apartment for over 90 years, and she's still there, carrying it. At least she was in 2002. Whatever she did, whatever combination of jealousy and wounded pride and cruelty drove her to destroy a young woman's life, she has not been able to put it down. The building holds her the way that it holds foundations, completely, without negotiation. And that's who I believe I saw. Anne Brady. Those eyes. I think she appeared to me because I was available in a way that maybe most people aren't. 4 months out from the worst thing that had ever happened to me, living alone in a city that was itself in mourning. I had no defenses left. Whatever wall most people have between themselves and what lives in old buildings, I didn't have it anymore. She saw that, I think. She came to the window and looked at me, and I looked back, and we understood each other in the way that people who are drowning in different kinds of grief sometimes do. I stayed in that apartment for 2 years. I thought about Anne most nights. Not out of fear exactly, more sympathy. Something more complicated, actually. It wasn't really either of those things. The understanding that guilt, left unresolved for so long, really does become its own kind of haunting. Some things don't release you just because time passes. That a building on Riverside Drive has been holding a woman's unfinished reckoning for a century, and will probably hold it for a century more, is amazing. I hope Lizzie got out, though. I hope wherever she is, she's been freed from it for a long time, because I'm not sure that Anne ever will be. I've been a history enthusiast my entire life. Professionally, my entire adult life. I've spent weekends in archives. I've read more pioneer diaries than most people know exist. And I approached the journal that I'm about to share with you the way that I approach all primary sources, very carefully, skeptically, and with enormous respect for the people who wrote them and the hardships that they were documenting. I found it through the Oregon Historical Society archive last spring. It was cataloged simply as the personal journal of one Thomas A. Garrett, age 22, traveling west with a party of 6 in the autumn of 1847. The catalog description mentioned the Blue Mountains crossing and noted the journal as historically significant for its detailed observations of trail conditions. Nothing else noted of significance. The trail condition observations are there, but so is everything else. I'm going to read you several entries directly because I think his voice matters more than my interpretation of it. Thomas wrote plainly, the way young men of that period and background wrote, direct, unsentimental, more comfortable describing what he saw than what he felt, which is what makes certain passages so difficult to set aside. The first relevant entry is dated October 3rd, 1847. Entered the Blue Mountains this morning. The party is in good spirits despite the cold, which has come on sudden. The trees here are unlike anything I've ever seen. So tall and so close together. So close that the sky is reduced to pale strips above us. Macon says we are perhaps 8 days from the valley if the weather holds. I am glad to think of the end of this journey. Tonight at watch, I heard something moving parallel to our camp in the trees. I assumed it to be deer or elk. It did not move like deer or elk. Thomas doesn't return to it until October 5th. The sound again last night and the night before. I have not mentioned it to the others as I do not wish to alarm them, where perhaps none is warranted. It keeps pace with us during the day as well, or I believe it does. There is a certain quality to the silence in specific sections of the trail that suggests something is present just beyond where the eye can catch. Macon's dog will not leave the wagon after dark. October 7th. I saw it this morning, just after first light. We were moving through a section where the fog sat so thick between the trees, the visibility was perhaps 30 feet in any direction. I was walking ahead of the wagon when I became aware of a shape at the edge of what I could really see. Tall, still, watching us pass. I stopped and looked directly at it, and it did not move. I cannot say with any confidence that it was a person, though it had the general arrangement of one. I called to Macon. By the time he reached me, it was gone. He saw nothing. I've said nothing further. There's a gap of 2 days with no entries. Unusual for Thomas, who had written daily since Missouri. When he resumes on October 9th, his handwriting is noticeably different, tighter, more controlled, as though he was being careful. It came to the edge of the firelight last night. I was alone on watch and the others were sleeping. It stood at the very limit of the light for what I believe was a considerable amount of time. I did not wake the others. I'm not certain why. It seemed to me that waking them would require me to explain what I was seeing, and I did not have words for it then, do not have them now. It made no sound, It did not move. When the fire shifted, it was gone. The final entry referencing it is October 11th, 2 days before the party descended from the mountains into the Willamette Valley. I have not seen or heard it since the night of the 9th. The dog came out of the wagon this morning for the first time in a week. Macon says that we will see the valley by Thursday if God is willing. I find I do not want to write about what I saw in these mountains. I find also that I cannot stop thinking about it. It followed us for the better part of 8 days through terrain that should have made following difficult. It stopped at some point between the 9th and now. I do not know if it stopped because we were nearly through, or for some reason I cannot account for. I am grateful to be nearly through. The journal ends 11 days later with a brief entry noting their arrival at Oregon City. Thomas writes about the valley with evident relief, the farmland, the rain, the feeling of having arrived somewhere permanent. He never mentions the mountains again. I've spent considerable time since reading those entries trying to find a rational accounting for what Thomas described. A predatory animal tracking the party for food. Another traveler moving parallel through the trees. Maybe a psychological effect of exhaustion and mountain terrain on a young man far from home. I guess it could be all those things. I keep coming back to the dog that wouldn't leave the wagon for a week and came out the morning after whatever it was stopped following them. Animals don't tend to respond to exhaustion or trick of the light in the same way that humans do. Animals respond to what's there. I don't know what was in those mountains in 1847. But I know Thomas Garrett made it through, and whatever followed him didn't follow him out. Well, I guess I don't really know that part, do I? But I'd like to believe whatever it was just stayed there. I'm not putting my experience on the airline company at all. It just so happened that my first ghost sighting happened on a flight over the Pacific from Honolulu back to Arizona in 2023. I couldn't tell you if it was a real Casper that I'd spoken to or some sort of time slip anomaly that briefly affected one specific person on the other side of wherever they came from. I'm not sure, but I'm also not alone in this either. There were, I think, 5 actual passengers and at least one airline attendant who saw the same thing. It was a red-eye flight, and because the flight was so empty, they had all of us hang out in first class. Whoever was in charge ruled it would be easier to service us if we weren't spread out throughout the plane. Nobody complained about that. We all appreciated the bigger seats and legroom because we'd all planned on getting some shut-eye before we touched down in Tucson. The plane departed with ease and we'd reached the altitude where the planes level out and the red seatbelt lights come off. Besides a few whispers from the passengers who'd come together, the rest of the cabin was relatively quiet. Then, we all started hearing a man's voice saying, "Hello? Hello?" Each sounding more panicked than the last. It sounded like it was coming from behind us in the empty business class area. A few of the passengers exchanged eye contact like, that's not our problem, right? We all hear this loud boom of what I thought could have been silverware, dishes, cups, like a snack cart being tipped over. That got the attention of the flight attendant at the front. She stood up, with a puzzled gaze looking behind us, staring at the thin veil separating first class from business class. Not trying to be nosy, I didn't turn around in my seat. I watched the flight attendant's expression change from curiosity to trepidation when we heard someone running toward the first class from behind. When you think about it, people don't really run on planes. The thud of the motion shook the floor. The closer they got, the higher our flight attendant's eyebrows got. Though I was sitting up front, the seat I chose was closer to the back, closest among the passengers, to the curtain divider. And when I saw the only person on the plane that should know what was going on, clearly not know what was charging us, I noticed. I thought it was best that I do get a bit nosy and turn around on the off chance that it was something crazy, and I could provide myself a fraction of a second to, well, I actually didn't know. Not many places you can go when you're condensed in a tube flying 30,000 miles in the sky. I'll admit that my heart skipped a beat or two when the floral curtain was suddenly pushed to the side, revealing a large man with black-rimmed glasses and black hair. It looked like he worked for the airline. He was sweating, clearly in crisis as he swiveled his head back and forth at us. He screamed, "What's happening right now?" Being nearest to his inquiry, I responded with, "What do you mean?" The man looks directly at me and says, "The sun went out, and everybody's gone." He dives into the seat behind me and says, "Look, outside. Where'd the sun go?" He gets back to his feet, standing in the aisle again, and says, "Everybody just disappeared." The flight attendant approaches the man, asking him to sit and calm down, but the sight of her seemed to escalate him even more. He looked at her like she was contagious. He started sucking in air really fast and asked, "Who the hell are you?" The woman slowly raises her hand in an unconscious defensive posture, and the man began to pedal backward toward the curtain. He tried to ask her again who she was, but mid-sentence, he grabs his chest, and the last few words come out like a growl as I watch his legs wobble, and he stumbles backwards, falling through the curtain, tearing it off the metal bar and draping it on himself as he went down. The passengers, myself included, remained seated and watched the horrified flight attendant chase after the large man. She picks up the curtain, and some of the metal connection rings, they fall to the floor. And what she says next is probably the most unsettling thing exclaimed on that plane ride. And she didn't even necessarily say it to any of us. After she lifted up the curtain, she almost immediately drops it again and claims, "That's not possible." Then she takes a couple more hesitation shuffles into business class saying, "Sir? Hello?" After no reply was heard, she did a slow jog back toward the cockpit where she opened and shut the door behind her. A few minutes later, the seatbelt lights came back on and one of the co-pilots joined the attendant. Both of them searched the flight with no success. After a while, the pilot came back into the cockpit. The flight attendant found her seat again, and the seatbelt light once again faded to black. Everyone exchanged glances, but we all had the same bewildered facial expressions. There were still hours left in the sky, and we spent them in silence. I stuck around a little bit after we got off the plane to see if any medics climbed on board. But soon, even the pilots exited, and everyone went in separate directions, back to their normal lives. I was excited to do that too, grateful to be home, but I couldn't get the large man's disturbance out of my mind. I waited a few days before going online and searching for any information that I could have possibly found. There was no news on the flight that I was on, but in my research, I did accidentally stumble upon something that answered my question, while opening up a whole other can of worms, of course, because I'd find a picture of the large man. Without any doubt, the picture I found was the man that I saw, but the article was from 2019. A flight attendant named Emil Griffith suffered a fatal heart attack mid-flight while flying over the Pacific from Honolulu to New York. The crew performed CPR for hours before the plane had an emergency diversion in San Francisco, where he was pronounced deceased. The article didn't mention anything anomalous that occurred leading up to the tragic heart attack, but I've always wondered if the other handful of passengers on that flight with me did their own research and found this guy's picture. He had a warm smile that was understandably absent when we met. I've even considered reaching out to his family and then thought to myself how insane that phone call would sound with no real substance. So, I'm sharing it here. I've been thinking about how to tell this story for a long time, not because it's hard to remember. I remember all of it with the kind of clarity that only comes from experiences that leave a mark, but because the paranormal part of it has always felt almost secondary to everything else. Like the coast was just the setting. What happened at the lighthouse was a footnote to the actual horror, which was a woman my father dated for 2 years and what she did to us during that time. So I'm going to tell it the way it actually happened, starting from the beginning. After my parents divorced, my dad started seeing someone. I'll call her Diane because I'd rather not use her real name and because it doesn't matter. What matters is what she was. My sister and I saw it from the beginning, that radar that kids develop when an adult in their life has decided that they don't matter. The way Diane's eyes moved past us when we entered a room, the way she smiled at our dad, and the smile just stopped at the edges of her face, never quite reaching anything behind it. My sister was 10, I was 13. Our dad was a military man, no nonsense, not unkind to us, but not soft either. He loved us in the way that military fathers love their children, completely and somewhat bewilderingly practically. Problems were to be solved. Plans were to be made. Sentiment was fine in its place, but its place was not at the dinner table, where there were logistics to discuss. He didn't see what we saw in Diane, or he saw it and decided that it wasn't what it looked like. I've made my peace with that. The things that she did accumulated the way small cruelties do, gradually and then all at once. She cut my hair while I was sleeping. Yes, she waited until I was asleep, and she cut it, short and uneven, in a way that she claimed the next morning was an accident, that she'd been trying to trim it and I'd moved. I was 13, already struggling in the specific way that 13-year-old girls do when they get called fat at school. I cried for 3 days, and she watched me cry with an expression that I still think about. Satisfied was too strong of a word. Content, maybe. The way a person looks when something is gone according to plan. The dog was Mickey, a beagle mix, old enough to have opinions, devoted to my sister in the way that dogs attach themselves to the most vulnerable person in the house, as if by instinct. Diane told us that he'd run away while we were at school. We came home and he was gone, and she stood in the kitchen describing how she'd watched him slip through the fence, and she tried to catch him, but he was just too fast, and she was sorry. She really was. Her words, not reality. My sister heard whimpering from the backyard shed that evening. She told our dad. Diane said that it was a stray that had gotten in somehow, not our dog. Mickey was gone, she reiterated. My sister said that it sounded like Mickey. Diane said grief made people hear things they wanted to hear, which was a remarkable thing to say to a 10-year-old whose dog had allegedly run away that afternoon. But we found him the next morning. My sister went out early before anyone else was awake, opened the shed, and he was in there. Thin, confused, and furious, the way that beagles get furious. She carried him inside and didn't say a word to Diane about it. Just looked at her across the kitchen table while she held our dog and let the silence do the work. My sister has always been like that. Spitfire under the surface. The still water on top that knew exactly what it was covering. The Oregon coast trip was Diane's idea. She was an avid hiker. Real outdoorsy, in the way that people use it to establish something about themselves. That was her whole personality, aside from being a psycho. So she'd mapped out a route down Highway 101 with stops at state parks and viewpoints and things that she called experiences. Our dad thought it was a good idea, something for the girls, family time. We were going whether we wanted to or not. I'll be fair and honest and say that the coast is genuinely beautiful. I've been back as an adult and it holds up. The forest, the cliffs, that gray quality that doesn't look like anything I've ever seen. We stopped at beaches, we ate fish and chips from paper baskets, and for stretches of it I forgot to be on guard, and I just looked out at the water. I felt something close to okay. The seat ahead was a late afternoon stop. Diane had it circled on her printed itinerary. The lighthouse, the keeper's house, the views. Easy hike, she said. Even the girls can do it. Which landed the way that it was meant to land. We parked at the beach and started up the trail through the coastal spruce. It was a short hike. Half a mile, well-maintained. A trail that opens up as you climb and delivers the ocean in pieces through the trees before it gives you the whole thing at once at the top. My sister moved fast, how she always did, ahead of the group, stopping occasionally to look at something and then moving on. Our dad and Diane were behind us. I was in the middle, which was where I always was, between the thing in front of me and the thing behind me, watching both. The keeper's house sits just below the lighthouse, white and tidy against the headland. I'd heard of it before, vaguely. Something about a ghost, a woman who'd stayed, the coastal legend that gets attached to old buildings on dramatic headlands, on flyers, that kind of thing. I didn't know the details. Neither did Diane. As far as I knew, neither did any of us. My sister stopped in front of the keeper's house. She stood there for a moment, looking at it the way she only looked at things she was really interested in, completely still, which was unusual for her. Then she pointed at one of the upstairs windows and said in a voice that carried back to all of us, "There's a lady in the window." Diane said that there was no one in the window. My sister said, "Yes, there is. She's right there. She's looking at me." I looked at the window. I didn't see anything. My dad looked and said that the house was closed. There was no one in there. My sister said she was still there. Could nobody else see her? She was looking right at her. It was Diane's reaction that I've thought about ever since. She didn't look at the window. That's the thing. My sister was pointing directly at it, and all of us were looking at it, and Diane looked everywhere except where my sister was pointing. Her eyes went to the tree line, to the path ahead, to my dad's face. Anywhere else. The color in her face had changed in a way that nothing had done to her. My sister eventually stopped pointing, and we continued up to the lighthouse. The views were everything that the itinerary had promised. Diane took photographs and made the right noises about the scenery, but something was different. The ease that she'd carried on the trail coming up was gone. She kept stopping and tilting her head slightly the way that you do when you're trying to locate a sound. Once she turned to my dad and asked, "Who's whispering?" He said no one was whispering. She said that she could hear someone whispering. It had to be one of the girls. What were we doing? We weren't doing anything. I looked at my sister. She looked at me. We didn't say a word. Diane was quiet on the way back down the trail. Quiet in the car. Quiet at dinner that night at the seafood place in Florence where she'd pushed her food around and kept her eyes on the table. My dad asked if she was feeling well. She said she was fine, just tired. She wasn't fine. I don't know what she heard on that headland, or what she felt near the keeper's house when my sister pointed at the window. I know that whatever it was, it stayed with her for the rest of the trip. It affected her like nothing else really had. Years later, I looked up Hesita Head, read about Rue, the ghost of the keeper's house, a woman who lost a child and apparently never left. She was documented for decades by guests and visitors and park staff. A maternal presence, protective, the kind that stays because leaving means leaving something behind that she won't leave behind. I read about Rue and I thought about my sister pointing at the window and Diane refusing to look at it while her face went pale. I don't know if Rue could see what we couldn't see yet clearly enough. I don't know if whatever lives in that keeper's house has any awareness of the living people who pass by it on the trail. I just know that something at Hesita made Diane hear whispers that none of us heard. And to look at that window that she wasn't willing to look at and spend the rest of the trip changed. I don't know. But then the smoothie happened 8 months later. That's a different story, and it ends with my dad tackling her to the ground over her car keys and my sister in the hospital, and Diane gone by the time we got home. We never saw her again. But I think about the lighthouse and Rue, who stayed because something that mattered to her needed protecting. I think about a 10-year-old Spitfire pointing out that window and the woman next to her who couldn't bring herself to look. Coward. Some things recognize each other across whatever distance exists between them. And I think that's what happened at the headland. I think something looked out that window and knew exactly what it was looking at, standing on the path below, and it acted accordingly. A comfort to my little sister, and a nuisance to Diane. Something happened in my apartment a couple weeks ago, and I'm mentioning it because I still don't have an explanation, and I've stopped looking for one that I wanted to share. I have a chair in my bedroom that I've had for years. It sits in the corner by the window, and I use it to throw clothes on mostly. It faces the window, always has since I moved in. I woke up one morning, and it was facing the bed. Not angled slightly, it was directly facing the bed. The way you'd position a chair if you wanted to sit in it and watch someone sleep. I don't sleepwalk, and I do live alone. The windows were locked. The apartment's always locked. Nothing else in the apartment was moved or disturbed in any way. Dishes are where I left them. Nothing's missing. Everything exactly as it was, except for the chair facing the wrong direction. I turned it back and went to work. I haven't woken up to it, moved again. Nothing else has happened. I'm not scared exactly. I guess I just think about it sometimes when I'm falling asleep, like now. The chair in the corner facing the window, making sure that it's still facing the window. So far, so good.